Hello. Now that I am completely creatively spent, and I can barely summon up the will to get out of bed in the morning, I figured it'd be fun to rank companions from all the RPGs I've played, at least all those I can remember playing. Now, this is my first time doing this sort of thing, but if you're familiar with tier lists and rankings, a lot of this will look pretty familiar. We're using the standard ranking range here, along with a mystery tier up the top here for a character so good he deserves his own one. We'll get to him very soon, I promise. And all shall be revealed. Lastly, before we jump into it, before you start asking, oh, where is X game or Y character, that kind of thing, if a game isn't featured here, it's because I haven't played it, or more likely, I haven't finished. Same thing goes for characters. If a character isn't featured here, it's because I either never met them or I didn't recruit them. A good example of this would be the many Hireling characters in Bethesda games. They don't really appeal to me at all because they're just a voice type with different faces, if you know what I mean. In terms of how we're going to go through this, I've grouped them all in terms of release year, with some exceptions made for series, just so it's not being broken up in between. And we'll be going in chronological order, starting with Fallout 1. So, let's get into it. Now, to kick things off, let's start with Ian. So, if you're not familiar with how companions came to be in the original Fallout, they were basically a last-minute addition, and if you're coming from later BioWare games, for example, where they played a huge role, party banter, that kind of thing, it's certainly going to feel a bit off, but it was impressive for the time, given this was still a whole year out before the original Baldur's Gate. But yeah, look, I'm not going to make it out that they were hugely impressive, and anyone who's experienced Ian critically missing with a 9mm SMG knows just how annoying hirelings can be. Still, given that you can recruit him from the start at Shady Sands, he is a pretty good character. It's just that there's not much substance to him. So to start with, I'd probably just put him in C tier. Next up, we've got KotOR from the original Followers of the Apocalypse. This will be the first of many, many hot takes in this video, but I don't like what future Fallout games did with the original factions. By the time you get to New Vegas, followers have become kind of generic. And look, much as it was for Ian, KotOR doesn't have much personality to her. Still, I kind of dig the punk aesthetic that a lot of these characters had going on early on. And their leader, who from memory was Nicole, I really like as a character. KotOR, much like Ian, doesn't have a lot of personality to her. Still, she's alright. Overall, I'd probably put her in C tier along with Ian. Behind Ian, though. She's functional, she has some degree of a personality, but yeah, nothing particularly remarkable at this stage. Of course, now we finally get to the best character in the entire Fallout series, and that's my man Dogmeat. As if it wasn't cool enough already, with the whole Mad Max reference, particularly number 2, Road Warrior, Dogmeat is such a bro. He does consistently good damage. He's pretty tanky given that he's a dog and doesn't wear any traditional armor, and it is heartbreaking every single time, usually towards the end of the game when you might be going up against the Master, to see our beloved canine pal fall in combat. Even just considering he's a dog companion alone, Dogmeat in Fallout 1 is pretty much S tier, and it would be a crime to give him anything else. So, that's all the companions to kick things off with Fallout 1, so let's move on to Planescape Torment in 1999. Now, if you played Citizens of Tamriel, it should come as no surprise that I'm a big fan of Morty. He is pretty much a bro to the Nameless One the whole way through, and will stick to your side no matter what. He has a wonderful sense of humour, kind of like a dry, sarcastic humour that at this time wasn't overdone or cliched in any way. He's always very interesting to talk to, And sure, he doesn't have much utility in combat. I still really like him as a character. So definitely probably put him up around... probably put him in A tier, to be honest. Yeah, that's a good place for him. Now, next we get to the Burning Man, who we meet in that inn or restaurant in Sigil. I believe his name is Ignis, which is fitting given his whole shtick, I suppose. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot for me to say about this character. I think I recruited him for very brief time, so there's not really much to him, at least from what I can say from my experience. So we'll just skip through this one. I'd give him D tier. Now, not for the last time in this video, I have to note down that there's a bunch of games in this list I haven't played in a long time. I believe I last played Planescape Torment in 2017. So this guy, Hakon, I can't remember particularly well. It's not fair to give him F tier or anything particularly low. I'm sure he was fine at the time. Don't kill me, it's just I can't remember all these characters perfectly, considering we've got something like 250 to go through. So I'd probably just place him along with Ignis in D tier. Nothing particularly wrong with him. I guess there just wasn't anything memorable to stick out all these years. One character I do remember better though is Anna. Anna, from what I can recall, is a kind of roguish thief type. She's an interesting character. You could tell Black Isle at the time was starting to experiment with character archetypes and really kind of nail down interesting personalities. I like her. I don't think she's particularly amazing, but she's definitely not a bad companion. I'd probably put her up around C tier. Probably after Katya, yeah. Next up we have Nordum. Nordum's this like robotic TV looking fella. This is another character, don't kill me, but I don't remember him particularly well. I think I only recruited him for a very brief time, so we'll have to skip over this one unfortunately, and I'll just put him around D tier again. Now we get to the best companion in the whole game, and not for the last time on this list, voiced by the legendary Jennifer Hale. Fall from Grace is a succubus that you can find in the House of Earthly Delights or something. Essentially a brothel in Sigil. Her writing is so good, of course backed up by Jennifer Hale's delivery as always, that she could stick in my mind after all these years. She was pretty much a constant the whole way through as soon as I recruited her. A very interesting character, and once again subverting that sexual object trope, simply by virtue of the fact she's a succubus, to create a really interesting, memorable character overall. I'd put her up in A tier. I'd probably put Morty and Fall from Grace alongside each other. Yeah, probably that looks good. In a perfect world, I'd probably put them on equal level, but I know we have to kind of order things here. Fall from Grace is a wonderful character, and you can feel echoes of her in later games, such as with Visas Ma in the wonderful, wonderful KotOR 2, and you better believe we're going to talk about that later on. And yeah, highly recommend picking her up and keeping her with you the whole way through. Great party member, great character. Really one of the standouts of Planescape Torment. Last on the list here, we've got Valor, or Vylor. Sorry if I butchered that pronunciation. This is another character I think either I never recruited or I only had him for a brief amount of time. So I can't actually remember anything about this character. So Planescape fans, don't kill me. It's just been, 6, nearly 7 years since I've played it. And I can't remember them particularly well. So let's just clear it, stick them in D tier. So that's Planescape Torment done for. now we can really dive into the next big leap forward in terms of companions with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I know I did say at the beginning I was organising this in release year, but considering Baldur's Gate 2 has a lot of similar faces returning, and it's a continuation of the same story, I decided to lump them all together according to the Shadow of Arm and Throne of Baal release dates rather than the original in 1998, just so we could get them out of the way in one go. So to start with, we've got Nalia. Nalia's okay. From memory, she's a bit of a rogue mage multi-class, similar to Imoen, which was no doubt a conscious decision given we'd just lost her after escaping Arenicus's prison in Athkatla. She's a bit of a spoiled brat, and it is set up in a way that she wants to make the world better. She does want to help people, but she's very much naive. In terms of her utility in combat, she's not amazing from what I remember. Usually I just either meet her at her family castle or travel with her there for a time, but definitely not a mainstay in the party. I'd probably put her around C tier, ahead of Katya. Yeah, look, overall, she's fine. She's not great, she's not bad. I just don't find her particularly memorable. Next up, we have Valagar, who unfortunately is pretty much in the same vein. Valagar I actually remember less about. I think he was involved with that Mage's Dome thing from memory. Where it's trying to like unlock it with his blood or something. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Again, my memory isn't perfect. I'm sure I'm going to make mistakes on all the characters we're going to go through. I did recruit him for a little while. I played Baldur's Gate 2 many times over the years. It's a wonderful game. Definitely recommend it. If it wasn't already clear from that Baldur's Gate 3 video. But in terms of his character, he's fine. Not amazing, not bad either. Because this game has such a large cast and there's so many frankly better characters on offer, he's really not going to be a mainstay, especially since there's already various fighters that have greater utility and greater personalities to hang around with. Again, put him in C tier. Next up, we have dear old Yoshimo. Oh man, I love Yoshimo. Now, a lot of the characters on this list do have narrative significance, either in their own personal quests or tied to whatever main quests the game is about. Yoshimo has a bit of both. He is a great character who's introduced pretty quickly at the start of Shadows of Arm. And if you know how that whole thing goes down, it's kind of a tragic story. I really like his character. He has excellent utility, especially as a replacement for Imoen for thievery-related stuff in the early game. It's very much a companion I recommend. Yoshimo is an endearing character, and one I very much enjoy traveling with. I'd put him up in A tier. Sarevok, my man. It was a pretty bold decision to take a character that was the antagonist in the first game and then make him a potential party member in the Throne of Baal expansion. Granted, this isn't as much time as the rest of the cast might have had, but given his significance and that amazing voice, which very much carries the writing, which is otherwise pretty good, not amazing, Sarevok is a great character to have on board through the entire Throne of Baal expansion. Whether or not you want him as a murder hobo pal to your Baal spawn, or you want him as a kind of dramatic foil, I suppose, as your PC struggles against their fate. He's a fascinating character who's very useful in combat. So yeah, I really like him overall. He's not amazing, and given his short screen time, I'd probably put him in B tier. But yeah, definitely a great character. And yeah, Safana. I have a funny story about her actually. So pretty much every time I played Baldur's Gate 2, and before the confrontation with the Renicus. You just stumble into her randomly in the woods, and I think it speaks volumes that at that stage I can't even remember who she is, or whatever prior plot the Ballspawn in the first game was involved in. So yeah, that pretty much sums her up. She's not terrible, I suppose, just not particularly memorable. I'd put her at the bottom of current D tier. Now, Khalid's an interesting one. He doesn't have the same staying power or screen time, I suppose, because of what happens at the start of Baldur's Gate 2. He was always kind of a bit one-dimensional. Like the whole pairing of Jaheira and Khalid as a married couple just felt kind of random, with his stuttering and nervousness. Meanwhile, Jaheira's very much her own woman, taking the lead, given her role with the Harpers. And even then, considering he's just a generic fighter, I wouldn't say he has much value as just another blade in battle. Yeah, so maybe a bit controversial. I'd probably put him in lower D tier. I really can't put him up any higher. Next, we have another Jennifer Hale role, and Dinah here, similar to Khalid, doesn't have anywhere near as much screen time as some of these other characters, but she's okay. I think a lot of that comes from her relationship with Minsk in the first game, and it's kind of difficult to split them up if you do recruit them during that the rescue from the Knolls, I think, who are up along the coast. Again, she doesn't really have much personality to her, similar to Khalid. And again, she's kind of brushed under the rug as of Baldur's Gate 2, but she's okay. Definitely has more personality than some others. So I'd probably put her towards the end of C tier. Yeah. Next up, we have Branwen, who I believe is a berserker or barbarian. I believe it's in the second game. When you first encounter her, she will outright try and kill you if you're a male character, which certainly did her no favours at the time, and particularly nowadays. I'm not trying to stir anything up because of that. I just don't think she's particularly interesting as a character, and again, like some of the ones we've mentioned already, she's kind of one note. If I have ever recruited her, it probably wasn't for a long period of time, so I'd probably put her around Khalid again in D tier. Now, things start to pick up as we get to some of the really good characters. To start with, we have Imoen. Look, it was always a controversial choice to give the player character what essentially amounts to a little sister. And yeah, certainly in the first game, she is kind of grating. I usually try and ignore her, or at the very least tell her to buzz off after the escape from Candlekeep. Given her greater significance in the plot of the second game, I know some people will view that as forced or trying to shoehorn her in where she's really not wanted. I think Imoen gets better as a character. So yeah, I do like to have her around. Not always a mainstay. Sometimes I'll dismiss her to switch her out with someone else and do their quest potentially. But she's decent enough. I'd probably put her up around B tier. She does have good utility as a mage thief multiclass, or dual class, can't remember. So yeah, I'd probably put her up around Saravok. She does have much more screen time than him. I know she's very much a lover or hater kind of character. So yeah, B tier it is. Jaheira. What a great character. To me, it always came across as kind of weird, as if trying to romance your own mother, that she was a romance option in the second game. Jaheira, like I just touched on, has always come across as kind of a parental figure to the Ballspawn, which I know is similar to Imoen, like we just talked about. Some may find grating. She might come across as bossy or confrontational, but I really like her as a character. There's a lot of work putting into developing her as a friend, simply because of all the crap you go through together. and she's definitely the mainstay druid of the party. I've pretty much had her with me all the time through every playthrough, some of the other characters we're just about to get to, and she's part of that canon party. Jaheira is a great character. I'd put her up around A tier. And that's also a testament to Heidi Shannon's voice work, who does an amazing job of bringing what's essentially just a few pixels in a portrait on screen to life, something that applies to some of the other characters we're just about to get to. Jaheira is great. I highly recommend having her through at least one playthrough and see how you go. Now on to Edwin, the relatively evil mage character. To be honest, I never really got the whole hype around him. I think I recruited him very briefly through one playthrough. I can't remember whether that was the first or second game. But to be honest, I didn't find him interesting at the time. And I'm going to offend some veterans here, but I don't find pure mages that great. I know you can build them to be absolute powerhouses, but I prefer to have martial classes more often, or at the very least dipping into other areas like clerics, druids, that kind of thing. He's not bad, but he's not particularly great either, so I'd put him up around mid-range C. Yeah, probably around there. We get a bit of a 2-for-1 deal next. The legendary Minsc and Boo, voiced by the legendary Jim Cummings. I talked about this in my Baldur's Gate 3 retrospective, but it is a testament to how good Jim Cummings is as a voice actor, that he can carry what is otherwise a joke character, who's a bit of an idiot, played for laughs, and make him so endearing. I love Minsc. He's a great character, and there's a reason he's had such staying power after all these years. Some of the dialogue can be a bit goofy, some of it hasn't aged particularly well, but he is basically synonymous with Baldur's Gate, something that Larian obviously thought they could cash in on, but I've already talked about that before. He's on equal footing as Jaheira, definitely top of A tier. Great character, and pretty much a mainstay through the whole party. If it wasn't already clear when I dedicated an entire section to talking about just her in that Baldur's Gate 3 critique thing, I absolutely love Viconia. She is, by far, the best companion in the Ballspawn saga, due in no small part to the wonderful voice acting by Grey Delisle, also known as Grey Griffin, who you may recognise from other roles such as Jeanette and Therese Vorman in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Viconia undergoes a fundamental shift, and the kind of character arc that very few other characters on this list can come even close to. Her romance is very rewarding, and she's a very interesting character that goes against the grain of what many other party members in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are like. The mere fact that she's a drow cleric shunned from both her homeland and on the surface world is interesting enough on its own, but coupled with the fact that great writing, the wonderful voice acting, and a romance that is very rewarding to go through to, all the way to the end of Throne of Baal, it would be criminal to give her anything less than S tier. Viconia is a fantastic character, and call me a drow simp, but she definitely deserves to be high up on the rankings. If you haven't experienced having her as a party member, and especially a romance, I highly, highly recommend it. It's very rewarding. She's a great character overall. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for Aerie. Usually I'll have her on board at the very start of Baldur's Gate 2, after doing that initial quest in the circus tent. Uncle Quail, I think it is, that we help rescue. But again, she's pretty weak, and I've never really been interested in building out mage characters in basically any RPG to be worthwhile, with the exception of Dragon Age, where being mages is kind of, canonically overpowered to begin with, and it's kind of fun already. Aerie has a good personality. She's very much like a gentle spirit. I know she is loved by a lot of the community, but to me, there was never really much of a connection there. I haven't done the romance. Again, it's just not the kind of personality type that appeals to me. But she's a decent character. I just can't put her that high up on the list. I'd put her around C tier. Probably higher than Edwin, yeah. Now, ladies or gentlemen, no judging. If you're down for toxic lover boy, then man, Animan is your guy. He is an obnoxious, self-absorbed prat. Very much the classic paladin who's a bit too big for his boots, so to speak. I've travelled with him a bit. I remember doing a Blackguard paladin with a female character at the time, and delved a bit into the romance to see what it was about. Whether or not he changes further down the line, like Viconia, I don't know. I just could never get attached to his character. He's very much in the same vein as Bishop, or whatever he was called from Neverwinter Nights. A series I won't be covering here, because I could never really get into those games, and they've aged very poorly. Yeah, I'd put him towards the bottom of D tier. Maybe you'll love him. I think it's more likely you won't. Send or Kend, or however you pronounce it, I assume it's Gaelic or something like that, is a druid character you can meet during Baldur's Gate 2. Usually I just have him recruited for a bit of time while doing that quest about the corrupted wood. He's okay. Again, he's kind of one note, much like the basic companions in Baldur's Gate 1, and I really don't see much merit in keeping him around. I'd put him at the bottom of C tier, along with some of the others. Here's a fun fact. Did you know that Daedalus is considered a tiefling? I read that on the wiki probably like a year ago or something, and I was surprised. Just looking at his portrait, you could be forgiven for thinking he is a generic elf. Now granted, things have changed from AD&D to 5e in terms of tieflings. They're much more popular nowadays. But yeah, certainly an interesting change if you're coming in from newer D&D editions and pop culture like Critical Role, that kind of thing. As for his character, he's okay. I've done the quest for him once or twice over the years. And again, he's not a bad character. I just don't think there's much substance to his personality, and he doesn't have that staying power to keep him on board. He isn't obnoxious or awful, like a certain somebody we were just talking about before. But again, I just don't think he's a worthwhile addition to the party. I'd put him upper D tier, probably. Jan Jansen, if you're going for more quirky characters in your party, like my man TX, who, if you didn't know, also has a cameo in Spellhold in the second game. He's another character which I think is fine. I don't really have strong thoughts either way. Again, I think I haven't used him more than once over the years. So yeah, bottom end of C. Keldorn is a bit more interesting. When you start delving into his family quest and his involvement with the whole Paladin plotline, there was a bit more to chew on there, I suppose. But again, he doesn't really transcend his trope or archetype. He's okay. I don't think he's terrible or anything like that. I just don't think he has enough staying power beyond having him while exploring Athkatla maybe for a little while. But yeah, certainly not a character I would continue traveling with for a long period of time. I'd put him middle of C tier, probably after Aerie. Now, if you look at this guy's portrait and you thought Dwarven Berserker, well, congratulations, that is his character. Keldorn or Kelgorn, whatever his name is. That's basically all there is to him. He does have a quest early on in Baldur's Gate to collect a book from the Catacombs area. And, it's fine enough. Again, he doesn't really do anything to go beyond his archetype. So much like the others, I'm going to put him towards the bottom of C. And lastly, of the original cast, we have Mazzy Fenton, once again voiced by the wonderful Jennifer Hale. Mazzy is probably her biggest role in terms of the Baldur's Gate characters. I do like her, and I know that I've had a couple of runs with more good aligned parties. She does have excellent utility in both ranged and melee combat. I think I spec her into short swords or something like that. Although it has been a while, so forgive me if I get something wrong. She also has a pretty interesting quest about getting in touch again with her family, but I definitely wouldn't say she's on the same level of the main party members or the canon party members, so I'd probably put her towards the upper end of C, probably above Ian, which just goes to show you can't win everything with a leather jacket. Now, I did debate for a while about whether or not to cover the Enhanced Edition characters. These are not original BioWare creations. They were added by Beamdog in the remasters. But I ultimately decided to, since a lot of people are experiencing the Baldur's Gate games through those editions now, they would be recognized as much a part of canon as some of the others. So to start with, we've got Hexat. Her character is literally a black lesbian vampire. I do remember on one run a couple of years ago trying to do the romance for her, which didn't really pan out because the romance is quite buggy. If you played Baldur's Gate, you'll know that romances in general are quite buggy. A lot of the time you'll have to play around with variables and time passing in the console. Overall, she's fine as a character. Again, like a lot of characters we've talked about with Baldur's Gate 2, she's not bad, but she's not really great. She doesn't have much to stand out for her character, and her voice acting is quite monotonous, to be honest. So I'd put her around lower end C tier with some of the others here. I'd probably put her after Sand. And yeah. On a similar note, we have Rasad. Unfortunately, Mark Mear's acting ability isn't enough to make this character stand out. He is the relatively virtuous monk. I don't really remember his quest. I think it was about reconnecting with his family or something back in that town that was having trade issues or something with the genie. But similar to Hexat, he's just there. I didn't feel like there was much substance to his character. And as much as I love older editions of pen and paper games, Pathfinder, for example, is 3.5, I feel like monks as a class get much better in newer editions, like 5e, given I just played Baldur's Gate 3 with a monk. So overall, his personality is fine. There's enough substance to him to stand out, but given the limited utility and the fact he's a more recent addition that, I don't know, doesn't really fit the theme of the game overall, I'd put him around the same level as Hexat, maybe a bit below towards the end of C tier. Now, for all you fans of video essays in the audience, you've probably heard the term Manic Pixie Dream Girl pop up in media criticism and analysis the past couple of years, and Nira is that to a T. She's very much a character you're going to love or hate. I think the first ever playthrough I did on the Enhanced Editions was a elf fighter back in 2017 maybe, where I tried to romance her. Like I mentioned earlier, romances in general are quite buggy, so I don't think it ever actually got to the point of locking in. I think she's fine overall. You're certainly going to have headaches from a tactical point of view because she's a wild mage, and unsurprisingly that's tied into her character and quest. She's very much the quirky character. I myself am very tired of that, and I know many people out there are as well. But who knows? Maybe you'll click with her, maybe you won't. I think I'd probably put her around mid C tier. She's okay. She's not amazing though. Dawn is a character that will probably immediately go to the end of D tier. He very much falls into that mustache twirling evil for evil's sake kind of character. Usually I just kill him and take his sword to at the very least sell. I think I may have recruited him very briefly in one of the playthroughs. Certainly not much there to make me remember anything about him. So, yeah, bottom end of D tier. Not quite as bad as Animan, but yeah, not a character I would recommend picking up. Now we'll make the jump into the full 3D era with Knights of the Old Republic. Even though the cast as a whole is smaller this time around, you can feel that BioWare took their earlier work on Baldur's Gate and really started to hone their craft when it came to writing characters. KotOR is one of the strongest casts, even to this day, and that is due in no small part to the writing and the voice acting that everyone put into bringing these characters to life. So to start with, we've got Karth Onasi. Even though I will have less positive things to say about his Mass Effect equivalent later on, Karth as a whole is a decent character. He's very much the by-the-book, for-the-Republic soldier, something that you can see him grow a bit more into in the sequel when he has a cameo during KotOR 2. And I think his most interesting aspect in the first game is really there to kind of facilitate the twist, which if you know, you know. I don't want to spoil it. Even though the game's 20 years old now, I'm still not going to spoil it. This is a great game, and you should play it if you haven't. I'm not a Star Wars fan myself, but I will die on this hill. KotOR 1 and 2 are the best things to come out of the entire franchise, and I love these games a lot. I've played them many, many times over the years. Jumping back to Karth though, he's a good character, not amazing, so I'd probably put him towards the lower end of B tier. Now on to T3M4. It's no small challenge to make a robot character who essentially can't talk, just does the generic bleeps and bloops. But this little guy has a pretty important role in the story overall, and can also become quite useful in combat. Unfortunately, he has limited utility given the party size limit, and I really want talking characters alongside with me for most of the game. But I still like T3. He definitely hits that endearing element that many of the film droid characters have for people. So it would be a crime to put him towards the lower end of the list. I'd probably put him up around Ian, given their similarities of not much to deal with in terms of personality, but he's a charming little guy that can certainly come in handy and has some importance to the story. Next up we have Mission Vow. Similar to Eowyn, I feel like she'll be grating for a lot of people, the little sister kind of character. But to be fair to the BioWare writers, it's no small feat to kind of make these dependent characters into something that's charming or endearing. She definitely has that kind of stroppy attitude at times, which can get on people's nerves. But as a whole, I feel like she's a well-rounded, well-defined character, and particularly in the early game of KotOR 1, she can come in handy, literally critical to progression. So yeah, look, I don't have strong feelings about her either way. I like her overall, so I wouldn't put her towards the lower end of the rankings. But yeah, it seems pretty fair to put her around mid-C tier. Now, I'm not super versed when it comes to Star Wars canon, but from my very limited understanding, I feel like a lot of Wookiee characters and the more exotic alien races tend to fall into the same one or two tropes that are established by the films. I haven't watched the Star Wars films in a long time, but I feel like there's enough to Zalbar's character to make him more distinct in his own right than just being a copy and paste job of Chewbacca. Those who have played KotOR 1 know what goes down on Kashyyyk, and you certainly get a deeper glimpse into who he is as a character. And for those who really want to push it with the evil Lord Darkseid route in the first game, you'll know all too well what happens on the unknown world involving him and Mission. That's all I'll say though. Overall, he's fine. Again, I'd sit him around the same spot as Mission. Not a bad character, but not really a mainstay in my party beyond the early game when you first recruit him, but I like him. There just isn't much to talk about with him in particular. Next up, we have Bastila Shan, once again voiced by Take a Shot, Jennifer Hale. It's a testament to Jennifer Hale's skill as a voice actress, not to mention the writing underpinning it, that a character who could have otherwise been a very, very poor cliche in worse hands is otherwise elevated in the process and becomes an integral part of the story. If you haven't already been through it, similar to Viconia, Bastila's romance and character arc as a whole is a wonderful part of the game, not to mention has some fantastic lines that crack me up laughing every time. Similar to Karth, her role in the story plays a huge part in setting up the twist that comes towards the end of the game. Again, not going to spoil it, but even outside her significance in a narrative role, she is another Jedi. Overall, Bastila is a great character, and it would be a crime to put her towards the lower end of the rankings. However, given that her romance can be a bit buggy, and she's not going to resonate with everyone, she's not perfect by any means, but it's definitely still a strong character. I would put her on the same level as Jaheira, which is very much well earned. Jennifer Hale kills it. And once again, the romance is definitely worth going through. Next up, we have Canderous Auto. Again, I want to stress that I'm not versed in Star Wars lore or canon, anything like that. But given what I've learned of the Mandalorians, due in no small part to these two games especially, Canderous seems like the prime or perfect representation of his people. He is a hot-blooded mercenary, tried in the fires of war, and gives excellent insight into how their people operate, not to mention providing a huge amount of world building around the Mandalorian War, what happened with Revan and Malak in events prior to the game. Unfortunately, when it comes to utility, it's not as positive, given he's spec'd into ranged weapons, which are pretty meh in KotOR. A lot of the time you'll want to be using force powers and lightsabers as much as you can. I can't say I regularly use him, but even back on the ship, I still enjoy talking to him as a character, and he has significance to the wider plot of the games, which we'll be talking about in a bit as well, which does make him a great character. I just don't think he's quite as high up as some of the rest. I'd put him towards the higher end of C tier, probably around Mazzy Fenton and my man T3M4. Next up, we have Juhani, who is voiced by Courtney Taylor in one of her earlier roles, an actress whose work I greatly respect, similar to Jennifer Hale's. Even just on Dantooine alone, Juhani is a really important character in establishing the kind of thematic point that the events of the first game, and in a different way the second game, are trying to explore, and that is grappling with the light and dark side. She's one of the few characters you meet in the series that have actively grappled with the light side and the dark side. But even ignoring her role as a Jedi, Juhani is a great character overall and brings interesting insight, much like Canderous did with the Mandalorians, about the KotOR and her rough experience of growing up prior to joining the Order. This comes to a head given the twist that happens towards the end of the game, which works out really nicely and builds upon both the player character's relationship and hers. There's even a romance, if you want to pursue that with female characters. But as a whole, I really like Juhani, and given that she's a Jedi and therefore has excellent utility in combat, I'd probably put her towards the higher end of B tier. Not a mainstay in my party, but definitely a character I always enjoy talking to, much like Canderous, and really the whole cast. I want to make it clear that even though characters might be lower on the rankings, that doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. Much like I mentioned earlier, KotOR has a really strong cast, something that also carries over to the sequel, and Juhani is definitely among that. Next up, we have the killer android and total bro, HK47. Even if you've never played KotOR, chances are you know who HK47 is, given how much of an impact he's had on not just the series, but really Star Wars as a whole. His writing is excellent. I believe he was written by David Gator in one of his earlier works, whose work has played a big part on many of the characters on this list, and really why I'm here to begin with. But even besides that, HK47 is such a wonderful character to travel with. His reactions and endless thirst for battle and bloodshed are always a delight, and he adds so much personality for a character that is otherwise just a machine, as much as he might pretend otherwise. If you didn't know the whole term of meatbags, this originates from HK47, and man, I love him. The reason why I wouldn't put him towards the top of the list is, even though he does appear again in KotOR 2, unfortunately a lot of his character is tied up in the events of the first game, and you don't really glean much about him until the twist. That same twist I've mentioned a few times already happens towards the end of the game. That leaves his personality kind of feeling a bit underdeveloped until you reach that point. But his character beyond that, and even just being generally useful, such as infiltrating the Tusken Raiders on Tatooine, and combat skills, does make him play a huge role in the party. And like I mentioned already, he's such a wonderful character to travel with. I certainly can't put him towards the lower end of the list, and he's a great character for sure. Just not quite S tier though. Next up we have Jolie Bindo. In much the same way I like Kreia, who, as you can see, we'll be getting to in just a bit, I really like Jolie's character, because he's really the one finally introducing some nuance to the whole light side, dark side debate. I don't know if it's been fully recognized by canon, whether or not he is, but personally I see Jolie as a grey Jedi, someone who, whether it's due to his general grouchiness or his disgust towards certain aspects of the Jedi Order, which you can dive into a bit when talking with him over the course of the game, he offers a refreshing perspective about the whole approach to balance and the Force, which I feel like is missing in a lot of Star Wars media. From what little I know, up until this point, the whole concept of either your light or your dark was very much drummed into characters and audiences through all the books, the films, etc., up until the game's release in 2003. And Jolie, in that sense, was very much again, bringing some nuance to how we approach morality in Star Wars, something that KotOR 2 would very much build upon. But we'll get to that in just a bit. Overall, Jolie is a pretty strong character. He can also play a huge part in the upheaval that can happen towards the end of the game. Again, no spoilers, but similar to how Mission and Zalbar are involved. He has narrative weight, and overall, I just really enjoy talking to him. He doesn't take shit from people, but he's not an asshole character either. He's endearing and adds a lot to the Ebon Hawk party overall. Once again, another strong character in a really, really strong cast. But I've been putting it up for long enough, so finally we get to KotOR 2, Obsidian's follow-up to BioWare's original in 2005. So to kick things off, we've got Goto. Goto is a character I've never really connected with, considering that his physical form, these big bloated droid shells, is really just there as a proxy. If you dig into him a bit more, there is some revelations there if you're interested in it. But even beyond that, I don't find him particularly interesting. His usefulness in combat is basically non-existent. So really, I'd put him towards the end of D tier, or honestly, maybe even F tier. Yeah. Don't know if he's quite F tier. Certainly not a great character, though. Next up, though, we have Aten Rand. Aten is the first of many examples in KotOR 2 of a personality that first presents as very much a trope, you know, the roguish Han Solo type, that Avalon and the team of riders then completely turn on its head. Don't get me wrong, it does take a bit of time to warm up to Aten, but once you start to, due in no small part to his banter with Kreia and how they're constantly trying to get under each other's skin, he definitely has some staying power, and I really like where things go with his character arc. Overall, I wouldn't say I regularly travel with him, particularly later in the game. but I still really like him, so I'd put him on the same level as Karth, if not higher up. Yeah, I reckon he's above Karth, since there's a lot more thematic depth to dive into with his character, something that KotOR 2 is absolutely bursting with, and one of the reasons why I love it so much, despite its flaws. Next up, we have really the personification of KotOR 2's thematic complexity and why it's so dearly loved to this day. This is due in no small part to incredible voice acting by Sarah Kestelman, but also the writing done by Avalone and the rest of the team at Obsidian. For even though they had such a limited time to turn this around, and sure, they were using many copied assets from BioWare's original, in a game that's already bursting with memorable characters that endure to this day, Kreia basically carries this game just on her own, bugs and all. That being said, despite her huge impact on not just KotOR 2, but the Old Republic setting as a whole, and why it was so disappointing that we never got a KotOR 3, her actual utility in combat is less positive. She's not great in melee, although she does have some pretty useful force powers. Much like the original, you really want to use Jedis most of the time. Ranged characters aren't particularly useful. As a result, in more recent playthroughs, I've tended to leave her on the ship, given that she's already had a huge amount of time in the opening on Paragus, and she already has such a huge part to play in the overall narrative of KotOR 2. That being said, it still can't detract from what a wonderful character she is, both in terms of the voice acting and writing, and really it would be a crime to put her in anything less than S tier. Kreia is fantastic, and in much the same way people still talk about the Sith Lords to this day, she's also had a huge impact on the characters I write, and the kind of ideas I like to explore in my own mods and other writing. Baldur is interesting. I don't think he's particularly great as a character. His melee abilities are useful in the early game, but once things start to spike in terms of difficulty, it's unlikely that you'll be keeping him around for long. That's not to say he's entirely useless, not at all, and his narrative elements are really interesting. He's really there as a reminder of the Exile's past, and you definitely get to explore that through conversations with him. As a whole, though, I think he's kind of fine. Not amazing, certainly not bad by any means. Just when you put him up against some of the other characters in this game, much like the original, which is a very strong cast that would be difficult to compete with really in any game, he's just can't live up to that same level. I'd put him around mid to high C tier, probably around, higher end of C tier, I suppose. Next up we have the Handmaiden, who is once again voiced by the wonderful Grey Delisle. Honestly, that and any kind of similarities to Viconia would be enough for me to recruit her in the first place, but much like the rest of the cast in this game, which you might start off with one particular idea about her, but the game goes to great lengths to subvert and ultimately flesh out to an impressive degree. And when I say subvert, this isn't the kind of subversion that you might be tired of in modern media. KotOR 2 is a game that handles subversion perfectly, and The Handmaiden is a great example of that. Her relation to a figure, Aaron Kai, who, in the interests of not spoiling anything, plays a major role in the plot, and particularly some comedic value should you pursue a romance with the Handmaiden. As a whole, I really like her character. She has excellent utility in martial combat. She, like many of the other party members, can be trained into a Jedi, and her link with Atris and the overall plot of KotOR 2 also adds a lot to her character. There's a reason why I travel with her and Jesus basically all the time in every playthrough. She is upper end of A tier, not quite S tier, because I've saved that for someone else. Now, if you're familiar with any of my mods, you may have heard of a character called Eris. from a follower mod called Light and Shade. The character I based her on, to the surprise of absolutely no one who's played KotOR 2, is based on the legendary Visas Ma, a character I absolutely love. Visas has such thematic depth, such an interesting personality and backstory that can put entire games to shame. She is a wonderful character with wonderful voice acting, and much like Kreia, carries a huge part of the narrative on her shoulders alone. Her ties to Nihilus and the overall story that KotOR 2 is trying to tell also plays an important role in how her character is developed. If that wasn't enough already, her romance is a delightful twist on the usual cliched build-up and sex scene. Visas is a character I really can't get enough of, and no matter the playthrough, no matter the character I'm playing with, I'll pretty much always have her with me in the party. I think Visas in particular is also a great representation of the game's influence system, as you can really shape her in your image or push her away from you, going dark side or light side. To be honest, I could dedicate an entire video just talking about Visas Ma, and there's a reason why she was a huge influence on Eris and other mods I've made before, similar to Kreia. It should come as no surprise then that she's really up there with Kreia as not just one of the great characters in KotOR, but really gaming as a whole. Visas is an excellent character, and it should come as no surprise she's right up there in S tier. Next up we have the bounty hunter Mira. Now Mira is kind of one half of a alignment dependent companion you get while on Nar Shaddaa. So I might as well knock both of them out in one go. I don't find her particularly interesting. I think the way things are handled in Nar Shaddaa is that the story tries a little too hard to shoehorn her in and then make her likable to the character and the player, obviously. But to me, she never really clicked. She's on the same level of the lesser Baldur's Gate companions, someone I don't really have strong feelings for or against, but definitely not a character I would regularly travel with. I'm pretty sure once I get past the whole Nar Shaddaa thing on every playthrough, she's pretty much just there on the ship, and I kind of forget about her. She's okay, just not great. I'd put her mid-C tier. You could say the same about Hunha. To be honest, he's worse than Mira. I don't really find any redeeming qualities in his character, and I'm not invested in the whole resurrection element thing that Kreia has going on. That's a minor spoiler, but whatever. I think this more than any other character we've covered so far, I think this warrants putting him in F tier. He's a completely unremarkable and uninteresting character, and I think I've only ever gone that route to get him once, and I don't think I even used him then anyway. So but way at the bottom of F tier for Hunha. Now, we're kind of cheating a bit. In the games I've covered already, I didn't want to put a character twice if they appear in multiple games. But I think we can make an exception for Mandalore, aka Canderous, since he's changed quite a bit from KotOR 1. After what went down with the war involving Malak and Revan, he's very much a changed man and starting to steer the Mandalorians in a different direction. That makes him a lot more interesting as a result, and you can tell he's gone through a lot of growth. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that same amount of screen time like he did in the original, but his character is still likable, and I enjoy talking to him, even if he's not as important as he may have been in the first game. There is a better back and forth with him and Visas, along with his role on the Destroyer towards the end of the game when going up against Nihilus. So it would be unfair to put him any lower than C, but at the same time, I don't think he's quite at the same level of the first game. I'd put him mid-range C after Mira. I'd prefer to travel with him than Mira. I don't know if that's controversial, but oh well. Next up, we have Michal. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce his name. He's voiced by Greg Ellis, who, for all the Cullen fans out there, you'll recognize. He is a very poor substitute for the handmaiden on the male path. If you didn't know, similar to the alignment dependent characters Mira and Hanha, these two characters are dependent on the gender of the character you pick. So male characters get the handmaiden and female get Mikal or Michal, however you pronounce it. I probably butchered that pronunciation, but don't kill me. Unfortunately, there isn't much substance to him. Like, he does have some insight on the Jedi due to his work as essentially an archivist at the ruined temple on Dantooine. But I don't really care. This might sound a bit blunt, but I don't really care what he has to say. And I certainly don't want to travel with him or put the effort into making him into a Jedi, because I don't really find anything compelling about him. I wouldn't put him towards the bottom of D tier. He's not obnoxious or offensive. He's just kind of boring. Upper D tier for this one, probably below Branwen. Yeah. So that's Star Wars down. Now it's time to go in a completely different direction to another BioWare game. One that unfortunately I hear very few people talk about. Bit of an underrated gem. This is Jade Empire. It's a martial arts RPG of all things that BioWare made in 2005. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a flop at the time, which probably played a role into with BioWare and Pandemic getting picked up by EA in 2007. And as we know, things kind of went from there. But Jade Empire as a whole is an enjoyable game, if leaning a bit too heavily on the cliches. It's also quite buggy, and it doesn't really have the audience as something like Bloodlines or KotOR 2, where people have been invested enough to kind of smooth out those rough edges. Still, overall, if you're interested in playing RPG history, I think it's definitely worth a look. But that's enough from me. Let's start talking about the characters. So to kick things off, we've got Dawnflower. She is basically Immerwin 2.0. She is the sisterly character that your character will travel with for most of the game. There's really not much more I can say beyond that, partly because I last played this game, I think only once in 2016, so forgive me if I can't remember a lot about these characters. She is inoffensive, but at the same time, just kind of standard. I'd put her mid-range C. She's fine. The embodiment of fine. Sagacious Sue is similar. I believe you recruit him around the same time as Dawnflower during the opening section of the game. And again, just not much substance there to the character. BioWare did put in the effort to make them distinct, but unfortunately coming across such a strong cast of characters like Baldur's Gate 2 or the original KotOR, unfortunately these characters haven't aged as well. So again, mid-range C. Not bad, not great, just fine. Black Whirlwind is where things start to get a little interesting. He's the bruiser character from what I can remember. Bit of a tough nut to crack, kind of standoffish, a bit aggressive, I suppose. To me, that makes him a bit more interesting than the standard characters of Dawnflower or Zoo. So I'd put him towards the higher end of C tier, probably above Canderous in KotOR 2. Next up, we have the comic relief character Henpecked Who. As you can tell by his name, his kind of premise, I suppose, or backstory, is that he was a once great fighter, and things kind of went downhill when he got married to his wife, and like I kind of touched on already, he's kind of there for comedic value, but I like him as a whole. Given it's been quite a while since I played Jade Empire, I can't quite remember whether there was anything that fell into racist cliches, but from what little I remember of his character, he's good. Not necessarily a mainstay in party members to travel with, but certainly someone to keep around and talk to. So I'd put him around the same level, if a bit below Black Whirlwind. Next up, we have a character called Kang the Mad. Now, I actually had to look up who this character was when I was compiling the list of characters together. Again, because it's been such a long time, I can't actually remember whether I recruited this character. But given their name and this picture alone, I don't think I would have found them particularly endearing. So let's just put him in D tier and be done with it. Sky is one of the characters I do have a vague memory of. He's one of the love interests, I think. I believe he was exclusive to female characters. I think he fell into the Caden trope that we're going to touch on a bit later, which made him a bit, how do I put this, annoying as a result. I don't want to delve into it here just yet, but I find these characters a bit boring. Not bad, they're just kind of stock standard. So I'd put them towards the lower end of C, maybe even, probably the higher end of D, along with Michelle or Mikal. Boring characters that I don't really have any interest in talking to. Next up, we have Zinbu. This is another character I had to glean from the list. So let's just put him around the same level as Kang. I don't know if I ever recruited him. I don't know whether that was required by the story, because again, it's been the better part of a decade since I played Jade Empire. But yeah, that says a lot about his character that I can't really remember anything. Next up, we have Wildflower. Same thing again. This is apparently a recruitable character. What role they have, what significance they have to play, I don't know. I think that speaks volumes again. Finally, though, we can wrap things up on a better note with Silk Fox, who's there is the kind of male alternative for romance. She starts out from memory as the spoiled princess, which kind of does no credit to her character, as I feel a lot of people can bounce off that. But from what I remember, she does grow, she does get a lot more interesting. So I'd put her towards the higher end of C, probably above Baldur and around Candace's level. The cast as a whole, as you can probably see in Jade Empire, isn't great. It's not to say they're bad, I just don't think any of the characters do anything in particular to stand out. So yeah, thankfully things get a hell of a lot better when we get to what I consider the Lord of the Rings of gaming, and Mass Effect 2 in particular, what has remained unchallenged as my favourite game of all time. And that is due in no small part to not just the best cast of characters in any BioWare game, but in any game, period. I freely admit that's my bias, but there's a reason why people are still talking about Mass Effect all these years later, despite BioWare's best efforts to destroy their legacy and all the goodwill that they had built up with the community. But that's a story for another day. Before we kick things off, I think I touched on this at the beginning, but I have grouped the Mass Effect trilogy together since it is one continuous story, much like I did with KotOR. I know we've kind of broken a bit with the ordering in release date, but oh well, this was my list and I've rambled enough already, so let's start talking about the characters. First up, we've got Miranda. Now Miranda, much like Bastila Shan, you could have had a really boring, irritating cliche. She does start off as that kind of snobby ice queen, but it's once again credit to the astounding work that the writing team put into the cast of characters in this trilogy, that Miranda goes through an incredible character arc, and even though this is getting into spoiler territory, I just gotta say how satisfying it is. It's worth taking her up to the final battle just moment alone, where she gives the middle finger to the elusive man and hands in her resignation with style. I really like Miranda. She's also voiced by an Australian actress named Yvonne Strahovski, who you may have known from her work in various television shows, and her romance is also quite rewarding. Certainly not on the same level, I'd say, as Bastila or Varconia. Miranda is an endearing character, someone I view in most of my playthroughs with Shepard as a dependable friend, and goes through a great character arc, so upper end of B for me. Next up we have Legion. While Legion does get better in the third game and plays a huge role in the Geth-Quarian conflict that finally gets a resolution, if you haven't played Mass Effect 2 before, unfortunately Legion comes in at the very end of the game, which means basically all interactions, all conversations, and really any significance he has to the story as a whole is non-existent, pretty much. He was originally planned to be recruited much early on, but by the time you get to the Reaper IFF mission towards the very end of the game, and then you're set on a time limit to save the crew, you really don't have any time to speak with Legion. This does get better in 3, and his character arc wraps up in a very satisfying way. But because of this lack of screen time compared to the rest of these characters, I really can't put him higher up on the characters. Still, a good character overall, just not as well developed as some of the others. I'd put him around mid-tier C. Next up, we have one of the DLC characters, Zaid Masani. Zaid is very much the grumpy grandpa of the trilogy. Some people will probably find this annoying, some of them will find it endearing. Unfortunately, because he is a DLC character, it's very obvious there wasn't much effort put into him compared to some others. His loyalty mission is pretty good. He does show up again briefly in 3, but unfortunately, because he just doesn't have much substance to him, particularly after his involvement in 2, I can't put him higher up on the list. So I'd probably put him high D tier. Sorry, Zaid. Next up, we have Samara. Samara is a very interesting character, something that will sound all too familiar as we go through Mass Effect, so start your drinking game, I suppose. But she provides insight into the more refined, later in life stage of the Asari people, which you can kind of see as equivalent to bounty hunters, although it's based in a kind of religious dogma, which makes her a bit cold, a bit hard to get into. For some strange reason, BioWare decided to put in a very awkward romance option potentially for her, something that doesn't really pan out in number 3, but certainly not as bad as a character we're about to get to. Overall, I like Samara as a character. She's an interesting personality to bounce ideas off, I suppose, but because of her cold nature, I find it difficult to connect with her beyond that. Still, she's fine, so I'd put her around mid-C tier, around the same level as Legion. Oh, Morden. Morden. If you know, you know. I don't want to spoil the tremendous growth he goes through as a character and the way that whole thing is resolved, or can be resolved, in 3, but Morden Solus is such a huge presence on screen. He's instantly likable, he has great utility in a support role as a party member, and his voice acting and writing is very strong in a game that's already bursting with characters that are among the all-time greats. Morden is definitely top A tier, not quite S tier because I do think he's a bit weak, but definitely one of my favourite characters in the series as a whole. For as much as I've been gushing about Mass Effect 2, even a cast of characters that's as strong as the one in 2 naturally has to have its weakest link, and that unfortunately comes in the form of Jacob Taylor. Jacob is what I would describe as a stale piece of bread. He is a character that is so boring, so unlikable, and if that wasn't bad enough, if you romance him into... He actually dumps Shepard and gets another woman pregnant by Mass Effect 3, which is such a middle finger to all the players who somehow got attached to this boring, bland cutout of a relatively sympathetic Alliance ex-Marine. Jacob is so boring, and while I could put him around C tier given the fact he is mediocre at best, if you played as a female Shepard, or FemShep for short, you'll know how painful those lines that were delivered in a flirty way are. For a character that's so bland, he really deserves to be blown out the nearest airlock. On a better note, though, now we can finally reveal at the top the mystery tier, which I really was making for one character in particular, and that character was, of course, Garrus. Garrus is, without a doubt, the best bro character in any game, period. He is the only character that has your back through all 3 games. While Tali goes off to squabble about the Geth, while Kaidan or Ashley start yammering on about Shepard betraying them in Mass Effect 2 and 3, Garrus has your back the whole way through, even ignoring the fact he's voiced by Brandon Keener in a career-defining role. The effort in making him endearing to the player and someone you actually want to be around absolutely paid off. Garrus is a mainstay in my party regardless of what I'm doing, regardless of my character, every single playthrough. And as a whole, I reckon he's the best romance in the whole trilogy. Not because I particularly want to see a naked Tyrion, and don't worry, Mass Effect was still in the that endearing dry humping phase of BioWare romances. He is one of my favourite characters in any work of fiction, period. I really couldn't do anything less than put him in a tier of his own. Garrus is a bro, and if you've played the Mass Effect trilogy, I'm sure you would agree. I don't think I've ever seen someone say they actually dislike Garrus. What a guy. Anyway, now that I've finished gushing over a character that isn't even real, let's get on with the rest of this list. Despite only being introduced in 3, Javik is really the icing on the cake in a game that already handles portraying the stakes and impact of war so beautifully. He is anger personified. He is looking for justice against the Reapers, and as the last avatar of the Prothean people, I think both the writing and the voice acting for him absolutely nailed it. I've seen some people give him the same criticism as Sten in Dragon Age Origins, a standoffish character who is kind of unlikable, but to me I've never understood that at all. Javik is really the perfect inclusion to the cast 3. The only drawback being he was day 1 DLC, but you can thank EA for that. He is a great character overall, so I'd put him towards the higher end of B tier. Now, James Vega. James is fine. Look, he's not bad. To me, he just seems a bit of a reality show caricature. He's a bit of a beefcake. To me, there's not much depth to him. Even when learning about his past and trying to tie it into Shepard's role against the collectors, he's not aggravatingly bad. I just think he's kind of there. I really don't use him once past the earliest stage of 3. That's not a criticism against Freddie Prinze Jr. I think he did a decent job with the material. It's just that his character as a whole and the writing behind him isn't very strong. So I don't think he was ever going to click with me, and apparently a lot of people either. So I'd put him towards the mid to lower end of D. Next up we have Edie. Now, if you haven't played Mass Effect 3, a lot of Edie's character and her growth over the course of the game as she becomes sentient and starts to grapple with humanity and larger ideas like the cost of war and sacrifice, a lot of that's wrapped up in her interactions with Jeff or Joker. The two of them being voiced by Trisha Helfer, who you might know from Battlestar Galactica, and Seth Green, respectively. I really like Edie. I think it's very hard for anyone to dislike Edie. And it was an excellent idea to personify the ship in that way, even when she was just that little holographic orb thing in Mass Effect 2. As much as people still hotly contest the endings to this day, she does serve a thematic purpose in that she's giving a face and a name to the machines, and the idea of whether or not you want to sacrifice that for the greater good. But even beyond that, the writing and voice acting behind her character is excellent. So yeah, definitely higher up on the cast of characters in the trilogy. I'd put her around the same level as Javik, which is no small feat. Also, fun pop culture fact, her design in Mass Effect 3 is inspired by Maria, the android from Fritz Lang's classic film Metropolis, which is really cool. Bit of cinema history there for you. Next up, we have Tali. Here's another hot take coming, but never really understood the hype around Tali. She's got that kind of manic little sister energy to her, and particularly when she buggers off and gets pulled into the Geth and Quarrying conflict during Mass Effect 3, while the rest of the galaxy is fighting Reapers, that whole thing really pissed me off. I think she was always kind of narrow-minded, a bit boring perhaps, but although I've never done it, I understand she's been an enduring character because of her romance, but to me she's never really rose beyond good. I'd put her around mid-tier C, funnily enough around Aerie. I think they're similar characters. Next up we have another bro, my man Rex. Man, I love Rex. He's similar to Garrus. He and Shepard have this mutual bond of trust between each other, and man, if he isn't a dependable guy to have at your back as well in combat. Krogans as a whole, to me, have always been really endearing. So having one in the party was always going to be a lot of fun, and Rex absolutely delivers that in spades. Definitely one of my favourite characters in the trilogy, top end of B for sure. Now, at long last we get to Kaidan Lenko, a character I like to describe as a wet blanket. Kaidan is the personification of boring. While Jacob Taylor is outright aggravating, Kaidan is so bland, so unlikable, that by the time you get to Mass Effect 3 and he's similar to Ashley, bitching at Shepard the whole time that they think you're a Cerberus spy, he is so tiresome to be around. On top of that, I think Raphael Sabage's voice acting is very mediocre. I'm sure he's quite talented, but compared to even a character like Cartha Nassi, in KotOR 1, of course, Kaidan doesn't really have any substance to him, to the point it's kind of annoying how bland he is. It's not even just a wasted opportunity in that context. Ultimately, he's just kind of there, assuming I haven't blown him up on Vermeer, because hey, I'd take a space racist over a stale piece of bread any day. Sorry, Kaidan, but F tier. Speaking of racist, we have Ashley Williams. Look, Ash gets a lot of shit, and sure, I give her some as well. She's definitely not one of the highlights of the trilogy, but at the same time, I think her pro-human, vaguely supremacist leanings, especially how confrontational she is towards aliens in the first game, I think that gives her a lot more personality than just biotics and sadness, I suppose, that you could sum Kaidan up with. She's not terrible, and she goes through the same issues as Kaidan when they're bitching at you for working for Cerberus in Mass Effect 3. But yeah, she's fine. I will say that I dislike her redesign in 3, where she gets this supermodel look, which seems to undermine that hard-ass military approach she had in the first game. But overall, Kimberly Brooks does a decent job with the material. I just don't think her character does enough to stand out. Next up, we have Liara, aka BioWare's OC. I cannot for the life of me understand why Liara was constantly shoved in our face the whole trilogy through. It's the same kind of criticism I had for the Emperor in Baldur's Gate 3. Liara is a character I've never really liked, and that's nothing against Ali Hillis. She's obviously talented, and she does a decent job with the material. I just don't understand how anyone finds her endearing to go from like a puppy, essentially, in Mass Effect 1 fawning over Shepard, to this like cold, standoffish, I don't know, bureaucrat in the later into the series, and then of course the Shadow Broker. One thing that always annoys me in Mass Effect 3 after Thessia is that I wanted the option to go into talk with the Asari counselor and Shepard to basically scream in their face that what the fuck were the Asari doing, hiding a Prothean beacon, breaching their own galactic laws in the first place for all these years, when they would have known full well that was exactly what Shepard needed, and now they've allowed Cerberus, of course, to get a hold of it. Liara kind of ties into that Asari superiority complex, which I find a lot of them fall into, and why I don't really like her character as a result. Utility, she's fine, she's a biotic, but because she's shoved into our face over the whole course of the trilogy, and really she just doesn't resonate with me at all, I can't put her that high in the rankings. I'd put her mid D tier, to be honest. Probably around, yeah, Mikhail. Anyway, on to the next character, which is another DLC one. I really like Kasumi. Unfortunately, she falls into the same trap as Zaid, which is to say she doesn't have anywhere near as much depth and effort put into her as the full members of the cast. Her loyalty mission, though, in Mass Effect 2 is really good. Unfortunately, in 3, it felt like BioWare was looking for an excuse to get her on screen for a little bit, and she's just kind of there as a result. Overall, she's a good character. I like her. I just wish there was more to her. I'd put her around the same level as... I'd put her above Zaid, so upper end of D tier. Next up, we have Grunt, aka Baby Krogan, voiced by the ever-talented Steve Blum. Grunt is awesome. For much the same reasons I praised Rex earlier, Krogans are just a joy to be around. Their bullheadedness, their bloodthirstiness, their hunger for combat, all that's always entertaining when putting up around the typically bureaucratic nature of the galaxy, and yet at the same time, Grunt has always had this deep respect for Shepard, and you can tell they're good friends, especially during some of the hijinks in the Citadel DLC. Overall, he's not quite on the same level of Rex, but a character I still really like overall, so I'd put him lower end of B tier, probably around there, I'd say. Nearly through the trilogy now. Hopefully I haven't forgot anyone. But next up we have Thane Krios, voiced by Keith Farley. I'll admit this kind of character isn't really geared towards me. I know he's very popular, but that being said, I still really like Thane as a character. He is a tragic figure, and an interesting subversion of the classic assassin, although I do have to agree with the common criticism that he's kind of a rehash of Karth's character arc in KotOR 1, the estranged son, that kind of thing. That being said, he still gets really the best send-off you could ask for in Mass Effect 3, and the final scene in the hospital is always a bit of a gut punch, whether or not you've romanced him. Overall, a really great character, excellent utility, particularly in Mass Effect 2, very skilled, similar to Garrus with a sniper. I'd put him towards upper end of B tier, probably around there. Last but not least, we have Jack. Once again voiced by Courtney Taylor, who voiced Juhani in KotOR. Jack at first appears as the standoffish, bitchy, kill anyone in my way, super aggressive character. The kind of personality that is very hard to connect with because she's deliberately keeping people at arm's length. That being said, when you go to the effort of getting to know her, it is so rewarding. And similar to Garrus, I reckon she's one of the best romances in the trilogy for male characters in this case, because she finally lets down her walls and starts to grow as a person, being able to trust Shepard enough to let you in and start to understand why she is this way. By the time we get to Mass Effect 3, it's beautiful to see that she's finally come to terms with who she is and started to move on with her life. And that romance, once again, plays no small part in why I find her so endearing. I love Jack, and even if you don't resonate with her so much, the constant fighting with Miranda is still quite entertaining. Something that the Citadel DLC touches on, which was pretty funny to see. But yeah, definitely one of the better characters of the trilogy. I'd put her around A tier. And that's the Mass Effect trilogy. Now, let's move on to Fallout 3. So with one or two exceptions, these characters will be pretty quick to get through. If you're familiar with Bethesda games, hirelings never really have much effort put into them. So they're essentially just another gun in combat or an inventory dump to travel with on your way. So starting with Jericho, he is a follower geared towards more evil-aligned characters. I think I might have travelled with him once or twice, but again, not much substance to his character. So lower end of D tier, personally. Clover, similar thing, not much substance to her personality, so D tier again. Charon is a bit of a step up. Even the simple nature of having a ghoul companion is pretty cool. Although, again, there's not much personality to him. I'd put him a bit further up in terms of D tier, around there. Finally, though, we get to talk about someone with a bit more substance. My man, Fawkes. Man, I love Fawkes. If the series was ever going to have a super mutant companion, Fawkes is like the best depiction we could have asked for. I know there's Marcus in Fallout 2 and has the cameo again in New Vegas, but in a surprisingly nuanced version of the dumb idiot who wants violence and brains, Fawkes is actually different from the typical fodder in Fallout 3, an intelligent super mutant who with relatively little screen time is actually able to build a believable friendship with the Lone Wanderer. So yeah, definitely one of the highlights for me in Fallout 3, a game that's otherwise pretty mediocre when it comes to RPG companions. I'd put him towards the higher end of C, around there, yeah. Next up we have Butch. Butch is unlikable, which is kind of deliberate for his character. You do get the option to recruit him following that follow-up quest when you go back to Vault 101. I think it's called Trouble on the Home Front. The fact that you can say Mr. Hairdresser has something remotely resembling a character arc is a lot more than you can say for a lot of characters in Fallout 3. But again, as a character on his own starting in the Vault as the bully jerk, and then asking to come out in the Waste. If I ever did recruit him as a follower, I can't remember, going back all those years. I doubt it would have been for long. Lower end of D for this one. Around Adaman, I think, is where you belong. So reading the wiki while compiling this list, apparently one of the Brotherhood of Steel paladins named Cross is an available companion. Again, I'm not sure if I ever did recruit her, but if I did, I can't remember a single thing about her, so mid D tier, simply because not much I can say about her. Finally, we get the return of Best Boy in Fallout 3, the ever-dependable companion, a dog I always go out of my way to recruit in every single playthrough. Fortunately, this time it's a lot harder to kill him, but dog meat is a mainstay for wherever my adventures take me in Fallout 3, and simply by virtue he's a dog, he also comes up in S tier again. I should probably move that over. So that's Fallout 3 done with. Now we'll jump back to BioWare again with another one of my favourite games of all time. Just behind Mass Effect 2 is the landmark that is Dragon Age Origins. So to kick things off, we'll start with Alistair. If you know anything about this game, it's probably the overwhelming love that people have for Alistair. And I'll admit, in many of the playthroughs I had as a teenager way back in the day, it was always a fun romance to go through with. In recent years though, I have soured a bit on this kind of character because it's become so oversaturated. But Alistair came out at really the perfect time, and his impact on Dragon Age and the love that many, many fans of this series have for him to this day is well deserved. Up in B tier, I reckon. Around... yeah, I'd probably put him above Thane. Liliana. Liliana is fine. She's a bit boring. To be honest, I never really connected with her character. I think I tried her romance once and yeah, it was kind of what I expected. She's a kind of fish out of water, which is a deliberate element to her character, the Elysian spy in Backwater of Ferelden. But I don't know, I found her a bit formulaic overall, and there's really not much more I can say beyond that. She does show up again in Inquisition as one of the advisors, but yeah, I don't know, she's okay. One of those characters I don't really have strong feelings for or against. She's fine. So probably up mid-tier C, I reckon. Now, I could swear that BioWare had a type figured out for me in particular, because, man, if I loved Viconia, it's only natural that I was going to love Morrigan as well. Morrigan is my canon romance for my Warden, which, if you're interested, is a male Dalish elf. And in much the same way as Viconia, her character arc is so rewarding to go through, as you slowly pull back the layers to someone who is initially quite nasty and standoffish, very feisty, but this is obviously a facade trying to hide someone who is ultimately a kind and gentle soul, and it's very, very rewarding, even though we don't ultimately get much screen time from that point on, to know that the Warden settled down with her and had a child as a result of the dark ritual towards the end of the game. She is definitely one of the mainstays in my party and one of my favourite characters, if not the favourite in the entire Dragon Age franchise. Definitely one of the best. Not quite at Viconia's level, but getting this high up is no small feat on its own. Morrigan's great. Don't listen to the haters. She's awesome. And voiced by Claudia Black. Now, I did talk about him a bit with Javik before, but to me it was always confusing why people don't connect with Sten. Sten might seem standoffish at first. Might seem a bit robotic, like he doesn't want to really engage with conversation at all. If you go to the effort to get to know him, it is so rewarding. Man, I love Sten. He's such a bro. In much the same way I love Rex. Sten is the big guy that looks intimidating at first, but he's actually got a heart of gold. If you know anything about Dragon Age Origins, you'll know about the cookies scene. That pretty much covers it, but yeah. Sten is definitely one of my favourites of the original cast, so upper tier of B for me. Yeah, at the same level of Alistair, I reckon. Stepping down a bit, we have Oghren. Like I've seen a lot of people talk about. For a long time, I thought Oghren was a dumb, rude, crass brute. And there was nothing really redeeming to him. He was kind of annoying to be around. And I had no interest in traveling with him once past the deep roads. But really, in a similar way to Sten, if you take the effort to get to know him, I actually find him really endearing. Sure, he's not as strong as some of the other characters in this game, which again, is not necessarily a bad thing. This is another one of BioWare's strongest casts, easily. But Oghren is a good character. I think he just gets overshadowed a bit overall. Plus, talking about combat and utility a bit, two-handers in Dragon Age Origins aren't that great, unfortunately. Sword and board tends to work out a bit better. I'd put him around Legion's level in mid-C tier. As for Wynne, she's very much a classic archetype, the sage figure, the grandmother of the party, if you like. And while I know that can grate on some people a bit, she does nag, especially when it comes to things like romancing. She's still a really good character, even if she doesn't really do much to break from those cliches. Overall, I'd put her on the lower end of B, on the same level as Jolie Bindo, which I think works out quite nicely. Next up, we have Zevran. Unlike the others, I never really understood this character. I'll talk about this a bit more with Isabella, who I do feel is a lot better character overall. Zevran is a character who just kind of exudes the sex and hedonistic personality, which, to be honest, there isn't really much there beyond that. Now, before all the Zevran fans get the lynch mob, I have been through his character. I've been through all these character arcs many, many times over the years. Dragon Age Origins, much like Mass Effect 2, must be one of the games I've played the most over the years, certainly by number of playthroughs. But again, even with those revelations about his life with the Antivan Crows, to me, there's just still not that much weight to his character, and I find it difficult to relate to him as the kind of sassy classic rogue type, which to me just kind of feels a bit standard. Overall, he's not bad by any means, he's just doesn't do much to stand out. I'd put him towards the lower end of C. Actually, while I'm here, now that I think about it, I'd probably move KotOR down to some of the more generic followers. So I'll put her around here. If I do make any corrections, don't kill me. There's a ton of characters to keep track of, so forgive me, I guess. Next up, we have Shale. Similar to Oghren, I didn't click with Shale for a long time. But once you do, and I really recommend that you do, much the same way as Sten, Shale is awesome. Her dry humour, the whole running joke with birds and pigeons, it's all super endearing, and she's very unique with great utility in combat. It's definitely worth taking her down into the deep roads alone, given how well she ties in with that whole area and plotline. One of the standouts of the party in Dragon Age Origins, so up in B tier for me. This is a bit of a spoiler, but the antagonist in Origins, the General Loghain, you do get an option towards the end of the game to make him undergo the Warden's Ritual and get him to join as a potential option. I have only done this once, and to me, it was pretty disappointing. You could tell the writers just figured, oh, hey, it's near the end of the game. They're probably not going to talk to him much anyway. And while this does get expanded a bit when it comes to the Warden's Keep, is it? Sorry, no, Return to Ostagar DLC. Obviously, he has relevance there. There's really not much to him. And despite his legendary status in the world of Dragon Age, as a fighter in gameplay, he's really won't be much better than people you already have, like Alistair or your main warden, perhaps. So, yeah, not a terrible character, but there's really not much to him beyond a few conversations after recruiting him. So, to be honest, why bother? I would execute him in pretty much every playthrough. There's not much there to justify it, unfortunately. Now, as much as I want to chuck our good boy up in S tier along with Dogmeat, we do have to consider this game is played by most people without mods, which means it's really difficult to justify taking your dog with you in place of a full party member. I personally use the extra dog slot mod on PC, and I know most people do. But yeah, beyond naming him, there isn't much there beyond that. Some of the banter's nice. Sten having a staring contest with your dog was pretty cool. But yeah, not quite S tier as Best Boy Dog Meat. Still, pretty good boy. So I'd put him up around mid C tier, I reckon. Let's see. Maybe towards the lower end. Yeah, around there. Don't kill me. I love dogs like everyone else. Hell, I put dog meat twice in S tier. But yeah, dog without the extra mod, which I can't really consider in terms of this list. Not really a great companion overall beyond that. Now, jumping back to Obsidian again, surprise, surprise, we come to Fallout New Vegas. Another hot take incoming, but I never really clicked with New Vegas. I think objectively it's a great RPG, and it blows anything Bethesda's done out of the water, obviously. But its whole setting, the Western aesthetic, feels at odds to what is my favorite game in the series, which is Fallout 1. And the zany, quirky, almost self-aware humor that a lot of the game delves into really doesn't click with me. That being said, I still like it overall. As I said, I still think it's a great RPG, one of the best ever made, purely on its own merit. But yeah, still it has some standout characters, some of which are included here. So to start with, we have Arcade. Arcade is kind of boring. I know he gets a bit better with the whole Enclave thing when you delve into his history, but to be honest, I think I've recruited him only briefly, and I don't really vibe with what has happened to the followers of the Apocalypse since the first game. To be honest, I'd put him towards the lower end of D tier, probably mid-range, yeah. Maybe around Michael, potentially, or Mikhail. I'll learn how to pronounce it one day, I swear. Boone's perspective is really interesting. One of the thematic standouts for New Vegas, at least from my perspective, is showing the slow corruption and the kind of banal evil of the old world democracy that the NCR is trying to bring back in place. And Boone's perspective on is it Bitter Springs? Sorry, again, it's been, what was it, 2017 was the last time I played Fallout New Vegas. The Great Khans massacre that the NCR are involved with. His perspective on that, his kind of alienation from the military, I think that's very interesting in the overall context of the game. And he has great utility overall, obviously, as a pinpoint sniper. So yeah, definitely one of the standouts, I think, in New Vegas. Probably, yeah, lower to, yeah, probably put him there. Next up, we have Raul, or Raul. Sorry, my Australian accent is probably going to butcher the Spanish pronunciation. But yeah, he's good. I think it's not really fair to to call him a standard character, because he really isn't at all. And his backstory is very interesting. But again, I just don't feel like he does much to stand out as a character. I feel like he could have been developed a bit more, and his utility is kind of, I don't know. I think I've recruited him once, maybe, but yeah. Overall, not a bad character. He's fine. Where would I put him? Probably, yeah, mid to upper end of C. Next up, we have Lily. Hot take, I'm sure. going to make people angry, but I don't like Lily at all. This is the exact kind of cheesy, quirky humor which I feel ruined Fallout's atmosphere, and why I could never get into Fallout 2 at all. There's a reason why we skipped that on this list. I don't like Fallout 2. I think it butchers the atmosphere established by the first game and tries to be funny with pop culture references that have aged very poorly as a result. Lily is... I can't justify recruiting her. I don't get into the premise of her character at all. So lower end of D tier for sure. On a better note, we have Cass, the Caravaner, who's very much a genre character. Like, I would expect to see this exact kind of character as a follower in the setting, given it's the whole Western thing. Overall, I like her. She's got good utility as well. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there could be a little more to her, similar to Raoul. I don't think she's bad by any means. I just feel like there could have been a bit more there. I think she'd sit around the same spot as Liliana. Next up, we have what is easily my favorite companion in New Vegas. I love Veronica. I love the perspective she brings in on the Brotherhood, how dogmatic and insular they've become, how she's actively trying to make them better, and of course her relationship with Elijah and Christine, which gets expanded on in Dead Money. On top of that, her Power Fist abilities in combat's really cool. I feel like that complements my playstyle, which is often ranged pistols or shotguns quite well, so we get up close and personal. And she's really well written and voice acted, like many of the characters in this game. Overall, a very strong character. So yeah, definitely up into B tier, and I reckon is better than Boone. Probably above Immerman. Yeah. Next up, we have the more supplementary companions, I guess. Eddie or Edie, however you pronounce it. An Enclave Eyebot. There's really nothing I can say in terms of this character. The little robot buddy does have a role to play in the Lonesome Road DLC. But beyond that, I wouldn't really recruit it, to be honest. Around Goto level, probably. Not that I particularly dislike Eddie or Edie, whatever. It's just there's not much substance to the character. Finally, we have Rex, a robo-dog. Not as good as Dogmeat, but it's a dog that we can have as a companion. Instantly makes it S tier. I'm joking, of course, but yeah. Any game that has dog companions is a plus in my book. So I'd probably put him around, I don't know, mid-range C. Yeah, probably there. And that's it. Alright, so on to Dragon Age 2 now. So a bit of a backstory for this one while we're here. For a long time, I really hated Dragon Age 2, and I know many classic Dragon Age fans did as well. For many years, I referred to it as Concrete Simulator, but if you know anything about the story of the development behind this, it's actually incredible that BioWare managed to release anything at all, let alone strong characters that were otherwise able to carry a copy and pasted, very clearly rushed job, which is a testament to how strong their writing team used to be. And Purple Hawk in particular, there are some absolute bangers in Dragon Age 2, to the point I consider it a comedy at times. But jumping back characters, while not as strong as some of their more popular games, I still really like them for the most part overall. And time to jump into why. So first up, we have Aveline. Aveline's a character who gets involved pretty early on. and kind of becomes a surrogate big sister or maybe even a mother figure to Hawke, which I know some people won't necessarily vibe with, but I think the dynamic she has with Hawke and the rest of the party is endearing. I like Aveline overall. She's not amazing, but I find her personality is one of the pillars, I guess, of Dragon Age 2. So yeah, definitely a strong character. I'd probably put middle of C potentially. Yeah, up around here. Yeah. Alright, next up we have the fan favourite given by the amount of fan art and fan fiction I see all the time, which is Fenris. I will fully admit that Fenris isn't really meant for me. I think he's a total edgelord emo caricature. Like he's going to start blasting Evanescence or something, and he's going to tell people he's got a shadow in his soul or something like that. But, you know, he's fine. I think his writing and voice acting is decent enough. It's just the character and the way he's made isn't wrong. It's just something that doesn't appeal to me personally. So, sorry, Fenris fans, don't kill me, please. Next up, we have the first of the two siblings. First up, we have Bethany. Bethany's fine. She's kind of bland. She's a bit of a pushover, I suppose. I find her, from what I remember, she seems to be in agreement so much of the time that it feels like she never really stands up. She stands out enough to be a character in her own right. She may end up joining the Wardens or the Circle, and at that point it's kind of like, who even are you anymore? Overall she's fine, but definitely towards the lower end of C in this case. That being said, I would still take a bland character over an incredibly annoying one, and it should come as no surprise that I don't like Carver at all. Still, I'll freely admit the sheer comedic value of Purple Hawk taking the piss out of their zealot Templar brother at every chance they get, and telling Carver to stop complaining all the time is super rewarding in its own right. And again, plays into that comedy theme, which is honestly one of the highlights of Dragon Age 2. But in terms of the character on his own, Carver is bad, and I would recommend ignoring him. Down with Jacob Taylor, please. Here's a deliberation. Is he worse? Is he the same or worse as Jacob Taylor? I would argue he at least has some comedic value. So, yeah. He's a bit better than Jacob. That's something, at least. Next up, we have my favorite companion in Dragon Age 2, Isabella. Now, this might come as a bit of a surprise, given I criticized Zevram from being like the super outwardly sexual cliche, but Isabella, I feel, subverts that in a really interesting way, because in much the same way I really like Morrigan, Isabella reveals her, what at first glance seems like a really paper-thin, superficial personality, is actually hiding a much deeper, interesting character to get to know, and her romance is really rewarding. Yes, I know a lot of people will hate her, given her role in what happens during Act 2, but I think she's a perfect match for my canon Purple Hawk, male Hawk if you want to know, a mage. Yeah, not much to say beyond that. Izzy's great. I'd put her upper B tier, I reckon. Next up, we have Anders. Now, maybe this will come as a surprise, maybe it won't, but I fucking hate Anders. To the point I think is even worse than Jacob. I hate him. what's coming off an otherwise forgettable, quirky, nice guy personality, much like Alistair was in the original, when he's depicted in Awakening, he's then turned into this mage rights zealot. He goes off his nut for pretty much the whole game. And what I really, really don't like about the ending of Dragon Age 2 is that regardless of what you do, he essentially gets the martyrdom he was looking for. I mean, at the very least, I get to kill him with my own hands, but I basically tell Anders to fuck off regardless of what character I'm playing, regardless of whether they're mage or a martial character, every single playthrough. I hate him. He's a character I actively loathe, even more so than just boring or bland characters like Caden. He's a character I can pretty much say the only one on this list I actually hate. Very bottom of F tier. And no, I make no apologies. Now, next we have Meryl. Whether it's because she's voiced by Eve Miles, who you may also know from Torchwood. That was a big thing I was into as a teenager. Meryl's a good character. Unfortunately, she falls into the naive to the point of stupid trap that that kind of character can fall into, and the whole deal around blood magic is ultimately her undoing, which I know there is some permutations where Hawk can step in, yada yada yada, prevent that from happening, but yeah, she's a fine character, not particularly strong, so yeah, probably towards the lower end of C tier for me. Next up we have the ultimate bro, Varric Tethras, the myth, the man, the legend. Varric does a lot to carry Dragon Age 2, and if you were to ask the average player, probably is the standout for most people in over the course of the whole game. Even ignoring the framing device, he's very much the bro character that we have all come to love in similar games, so really, could I do anything less than put him up in Garrus tier? What a bro. Sebastian is a soppy, spineless, chantry worshipping idiot. I can't remember if I ever got the DLC he comes from, but I vaguely remember wanting to do a playthrough one time where I made this incredibly ruthless female Hawk and tried to like twist him into being like a total edgelord. I don't know if that was ever possible, and whether or not I've ever played Sebastian with a long period of time, to be honest, I don't remember. So yeah, Mr. Bland, but hey, at least it gets some comedic value out of it. Lower end of D tier, I reckon. Probably around there. So as you can see, we've got 2 Dark Souls characters coming up. Now, I am stretching the definition of a companion a bit, but after thinking about the Souls games and whether or not to include them here, I have made some exceptions. To me, I've picked out a couple of NPCs which are functionally companions, or at the very least what I'd call a narrative companion, someone who has a lasting impact on your journey, or multiple appearances to the point they feel like a companion, and not least of which of them is Solaire of Astora, my dude, my shining light in the darkness. This is not me joking around, it's not being a meme. Solaire is an absolute bro, and really, where else could I put him than in Garrus tier? He has your back all the way through to the end of the game, and you're damn right I go out of my way to save in each and every playthrough. Sun Bros for life. On a similar note, we got Sigmire of Katarina, also known as the Onion Knight. I really like Sigmire. The jolly, upbeat characters in Soulsborne games are always a really nice contrast, because they're those quiet moments of humanity, where you see, even with all the suffering around you, the hardships you are personally enduring, there are people who still want to get on and live, and the folks from Katarina are really an embodiment of that. So how could you not love him? Probably around B tier, I reckon. Probably around there, let's say. Alright, next up we have Skyrim characters. Now there's a lot more hirelings, but like I mentioned earlier, none of them particularly appeal to me, or I've probably never played with them anyway. So I have picked out a couple, most of which are faction dependent, or ones that I do remember traveling with back in the day. But to jump straight into it, we've got Miol. I'll freely admit there isn't really much substance to Miol's character, but I like the Nord female voice acting. To me, it sounds really interesting, and for many years I always played with Miol as a companion. So I guess that's born more of nostalgia than an actually credit to the character. So I'd probably put her in C tier as a result. Still, I like Miol. She's interesting, and yeah. Next up, we have Serana, aka Vampire Waifu, and the reason like half the mods on the Nexus exist. Though I have soured somewhat on Laura Bailey and oversaturation in recent years, I do like Serana, and although it's not exactly a high bar, she is the standout for all companions in the game. This is kind of getting off topic, but I am one of the people who dislike various mods who turn her into a waifu, essentially, or a sexual object, given that she was literally raped by a Daedric Lord with her family present to become a vampire. Then trying to shoehorn in like a romance with that is not my thing at all. But power to those who are into it. I'm not here to judge. Overall, she's a decent character, but I don't think she's can really hold a candle to some of the others on this list. It's just that she's the least worst, if you get what I mean, in comparison to Bethesda's other companions, at least at this time. Alright, next up we have Aela the Huntress. Similar to Miol, I think I vibed all the way back in the day, around the time this was released, back on my dear old PS3, with her mainly because of the character design and her involvement with the companion's questline. She's an interesting character. There is a bit of personality there, but again, not really much I can say beyond the fact that she's a hireling and doesn't have much personality as a result. Next up, we have Farkas. Similar to Aela, decent character. You can tell there's a bit of effort put into their personality, but again, nothing much. So lower end of C, and same thing goes for Vilkas. Next up, we have Cicero. I don't have the name on me at the moment, but whoever voiced Cicero was absolutely amazing. So Cicero is definitely a standout in terms of the overall companions. But functionally, again, he does act as a traditional hiring, so not as strong as Serana, but his voice acting alone definitely gets him high up there. Next up, we have Eric. This will be similar to the other hirelings we've talked about. I do like Eric, though. I find the premise of his character, he's a kid in a small town, he wants to get out an adventure. The whole idea of going off with the Dragonborn and kind of seeing the world with him is really cool. I feel that adds an emergent element to his story, but that's not really to Bethesda's credit. That's emergent storytelling made through game systems more than any depth to his actual character. So around the same level as Miol. Next up we have Janassa, or Yanassa, something like that. The Dunmar hireling in the Drunken Huntsman, I think it is, in Whiterun. Same again. A bit of personality there to make her stand out, but nothing special. Lydia has become a bit of a meme, but even back in the day, like most people, and probably why, because she's so recognized now, she's there as basically the first option to recruit, And because of that, she does kind of become endearing to the player. It's not any particular credit to Bethesda's writing team on this part, but because she's there and she's the first to go on an adventure with you for basically all players, there's no reason to turn down help at this stage. It's why she's had a kind of lasting impact. So yeah, one of the better options when it comes to companions in vanilla. Next up, we have Aranda. I think I traveled with him one time, maybe, following, of course, the Nemira quest, or Meridia. No, Nemira, the Dreams quest in Dawnstar. Because he's voiced by Keith Sabika or something like that. I'm sorry, I can't remember his exact name. But someone who's had a pretty long list of video game credits, and the fact the story kind of fleshes out his personality a bit does make him a bit more endearing than traditional hirelings. So I'd put him probably above Aela even, but still nothing great in terms of the rest in this list. Next up, and finally for Skyrim, we have Uthgerd or Uthgrad, whatever her name is, the Unbroken. I will freely admit, similar to Miol, this is more to do with how playthrough is shaped up than any depth to the character, and always kind of pick her up as the first companion after the brawl in the Bannered Mare. And yeah, I guess that makes me slightly more endeared to her than some other characters in vanilla, but yeah, still nothing special in terms of people to travel with. So yeah, C tier. C tier is average. It's fine. It's whatever. But yeah, I can't really credit any standard companions in Skyrim or beyond that for standing out in any real way. Now for a bit of a change of scenery, we're going across to Japan for Persona 4 Golden. This was released in 2012, but I didn't play it until much later. I think it was mid-2021 maybe, or 22. Yeah, so I've only got into JRPGs recently, and some of the ones we'll be talking about later is really to the credit of Persona that I wanted to check out other ones, because JRPGs have traditionally been a genre I've stayed away from. They tend to prioritize grinding, something that I hate in pretty much all games. To me, if you have to grind, there's a fundamental design problem that I don't want to waste time simply to inflate the actual hour count taken to reach the credits. Also, Japanese games haven't had the best writing, as the many memes out there tend to recognize. Tend not to handle serious matters or even just day-to-day emotion very well. They tend to scream their feelings at the top of their lungs or handle romance really badly, to the point it's kind of painful, which is why it was a breath of fresh air when I did take a chance on Persona, and what can I say? It was a gateway drug, and I'm hooked. We'll get to Royal a bit later, but to start with, we've got Persona 4. So first up, we've got Yusuke. Yusuke is alright. He is the titular buddy character that all of these games start with, and unlike his 5 equivalent, I don't resonate as much with him. Yusuke is okay. It's certainly not the fault of the voice acting. Yuri Lowenthal is clearly very talented, although I'll always know him as Matt Miller from the later Saints Row games. He's fine. He's fine as a confidant. Yeah, not much else I can say. So mid to high C tier, I reckon. Next up, we have Chie. Chie is a good character. She She's clearly meant to subvert traditionally feminine tropes, which you may or may not like. It depends on your kind of approach to anime and JRPGs. But I like her. She's a good character. Similar to Yusuke, though, I just think she's fine. Like, I don't really have strong feelings for her either way. So again, mid-range C tier. Probably there. I want to make it clear that even though a lot of characters have fallen into C, it's not that I'm saying that they're bad. It's just, like, they're fine. They're not standing out. They're not fatally flawed. They're just fine. And that's nothing to be ashamed of. There are characters here that I really like. But, yeah, compared to some of the higher-ups, it's can't really say the same. Alright, next up we have Yukiko. I like Yukiko. I'm not versed in the the cultural context of Japan, so I think a lot of the things that Persona explores, I miss proper context or full context on. But I think the idea of exploring traditional Japanese femininity and how she kind of wants to be her own woman and not necessarily shackled to the business is really interesting. So yeah, definitely one of the standout, if not the best confidant. Next up we have Kanji. Similar to a character we're just about to talk about, I can't get past the fact that he's voiced by Troy Baker, much like Risa and Teddy that we're going to speak about in a sec. And from what I remember of the game, the depiction, the way his homosexual urges are depicted, have aged very poorly. I don't want to get into anything controversial here, but let's be real, people were probably offended by this back then, and obviously today. As a character, he's fine. He's often the butt of the joke, the comic relief, which is, plays to the tropey nature of Persona and the characters kind of each serving a role. But as a whole, I can't really say he's a great character. And again, the oversaturation of Troy Baker, Laura Bailey, Nolan North in so many roles, I just can't get past the fact I'm hearing the actor rather than the actual character. So now we get to Risa. I don't like Risa at all. She is the fawning waifu type, obviously meant to be the pick-me girl for romance options in Persona 4. But compared to other entries where they actually kind of did something with the character or subverted their initial sex appeal or attraction or whatever it was, Risa is so unrealistic that she's like a pop star or a TV actress or something, comes out to a small town and just happens to get a crush on the player character. Again, the fact that she's voiced by Laura Bailey, I just can't get past listening to Laura Bailey rather than an actual character. Yeah, certainly not a great character. It's nothing particularly wrong with her per se as compared to the gay aspects of Kanji's character, but again, she's not really my type, I guess. And yeah, let's leave it at that before I offend anyone else. On a similar note, a lot of the humor around Teddy didn't really resonate with me at all. And again, I can't get past the fact I'm hearing Sam Riegel just clowning around. I don't really want to get into it here, but I don't like Critical Role. I don't like how commercial, how dogmatic its fandom has become, how pervasive it is, how it's essentially consumed wider tabletop culture, and how the cast behave like rock stars and it's all become quite corporate. So I'll fully admit that's kind of external bias affecting the character, but again, I don't really resonate with Teddy, so I'd put him towards the lower end of C. He's not bad, he's just, whatever. Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I don't think Kanji is low C. He's probably high D. To end things on a better note, though, we get to Naoto, who I think is easily the strongest character of the whole cast, and I really appreciate the fact that she's handled in a respectful way. Someone who wants to defy traditional femininity, and obviously the detective aspect is really interesting as well. And watching her kind of come out of that nervous shell, similar to what we'll talk about with Futaba in Persona 5, that's really rewarding. I think she's a very strong character. So, yep, definitely my pick from the original cast. Up in B tier. Moving on to Dark Souls 2. There's a bunch of NPCs you run into. I've picked out 2 which I would consider probably the closest to companions, or, like I said before, narrative companions. First of all, we have Lucatiel of Mira, a character I find really interesting. I always enjoy talking to her and her kind of search for answers, I suppose. So, upper end of C, I reckon. And the other one is Bernhardt of Yugo, or Lugo. Sorry if I've butchered the name at all. It has been a while since I played Dark Souls 2. But hey, he's carrying the Moonlight Greatsword, so that's pretty baller. He's another one that frequently props up as a companion while you're exploring. And I believe he also will come to the final boss fight, which is always really cool. Obviously not as good as Solaire, but still a really strong character. So around the same level as Lucatiel, I'd say. Yeah. Alright, next we're getting into Shadowrun, a series I think is criminally underrated. But to start off with, we have Eiger. Eiger, you could take at face value, kind of falls into the butch tropes that a lot of more masculine women have been portrayed as in media. Not so much nowadays, but there's a lot more development there, and not to mention she's very useful in combat, so definitely towards the higher end of C for me. Probably around there. Next of the party members, we have Dietrich. Dietrich is very interesting. He delves into the punk rock scene in, I believe it's Berlin. Forgive me, again, it's been like 5 or 6 years since I last played Dragonfall. But yeah, his perspective on things is very interesting. He's a strong character in his own right. So yeah, around the same level as Eiger, upper end of C. Next, we have my favorite character of the Dragonfall crew, Glory. If it wasn't already interesting enough that we were delving into transhumanism with the added fantasy elements of cyberpunk setting, Glory is pretty much augmented out to the point she's a skeleton, and if this was cyberpunk, she would be very close, if not already risking psycho status. Her character as a whole is really well written. I always enjoyed talking with her. Yeah, in combat, she's a bit of a monster if you can build her correctly. So yeah, definitely my highlight of the Dragonfall cast. So probably mid-range C, I reckon. Or B tier, sorry. And lastly, we have Blitz. To be honest, I don't remember much about Blitz. Again, it's been quite a while, but I think he was fine from memory. The fact he doesn't have much staying power probably says enough on its own. So let's just put him around C tier. Next up, we have the first big step in Larian's quick ascent following the breakout success of their Kickstarter with Divinity Original Sin. It is worth noting, this is based on my experience with the Enhanced Edition. There are pretty major mechanical and system changes between the two editions. I did buy the original initially, but I didn't have a great PC at the time, so I did get the enhanced edition for free and played it, I think a year or two down the line. Something worth noting, since we're starting to get into Larian games, is that their utility in combat or even just exploration is very much dependent on how you build them. Prior to Baldur's Gate 3, Larian basically used an open class system where you could kind of shape characters, even party members, into whoever you wanted to be. So it's kind of hard to rank them on utility in that sense, but I'm going on their base class in this case. So to start off with, we've got Medora. Medora was a mainstay in my 2 or 3 playthroughs I think I've done. She complements my 2 Source Hunters quite well, and she's a powerful fighter warrior archetype in her own right. Her personality, much like the other 3 companions in this game, is fine. You could tell Larian was starting to experiment, push their writing team a bit more, but if you've played Divinity Original Sin 2, you'll know that their entire catalogue of games didn't really have lore, and they were kind of making it up as they went along, which is not necessarily a criticism. It's just that their characters don't have the staying power, or at least these characters don't necessarily have the same staying power as some of the others on this list. Overall, Medora is fine. I'd put her again around the C tier, probably a bit towards the upper end. Yeah. Next up, we have Jahan, a character who's very interesting. If you've played number 2, you'll know who comes back there for a pretty sizable cameo. His story overall, which begins here and again continues in the second game, is interesting. He is a bit of a mage hybrid class. I think that's what I built him as anyway. And I like the premise of his character, but again, not much to go beyond that. So yeah, he's fine. Next up, we have Beardaughter, or Beardaughter. I'm sorry, my Australian accent is butchering things again. And I'm starting to lose my voice as well. It's been like 4 hours now, so I'll try and wrap this up. Overall, though, I don't think I played with her that much, so I'd probably put her in upper D tier. Lastly, we have Walgruff, who again I didn't really play with that much. I vaguely remember recruiting him for like 5 minutes to see what he was like, and then just kind of abandoning him in that little, I think it was like under a well or something. I haven't played the original Sin, so that 10 times fast in a couple of years. But yeah, it's kind of hard to judge a character like some of these others based on that. So maybe he's great, maybe he isn't. He's fine for what I can remember. Coming back around to BioWare with what is their last good game. Not a great game, but a game I did really like at the time. I think I was more charitable to it, given that we'd just come out of the concrete holes and copy and pasted environments of Dragon Age 2. But BioWare went way overboard, given this is in the wake of Skyrim and open worlds were the new craze. And no one's going to deny that Inquisition is full of so much MMO-style filler, which is really to do the world a disservice. But you can tell the art team went absolutely nuts on it. Still, overall, a good game and the last hurrah of classic BioWare, even if it was starting to wear a bit thin. So first up, we have Cassandra, voiced by Miranda Raison, who I first remember seeing as Jo in Spooks, the BBC spy thriller show way back when. It's funny that the whole Navaran accent thing, she's nailed it down so well that it seems like most people that BioWare won't be delving into Navarra at all because it's such a hard voice to voice act, which, to her credit, good on her. Cassandra as a character is also really interesting. I like that she is exploring faith in a believable way without ever really being preachy, and that over the events of a bit in 2, but mainly Inquisition, she starts to question her faith and really grow as a person. I find that quite endearing. So yeah, upper end of C for Cassandra. As for Sarah, unfortunately, I have to join in with the overwhelming majority of people who don't like this character at all. This is very much falling into the manic pixie dream girl trope that we've seen more and more in media in the past 10 years or so. She is annoying, she's irresponsible, and really it begs the question of why she's in the Inquisition in the first place. I haven't played Inquisition in a long time. I think it was last in 2017, maybe 2018. But I think in most playthroughs, eventually I just told her to pack her bags and leave. Don't kill me. She's just not a character that clicks with me. Lower end of D. I love Dorian. It's long been my assumption that in Dragon Age 4 they were going to kill him off at the start, since given that he's trying to reform the Imperium, and it's a way to set a kind of meaningful stakes for the fans who have waited so long for answers. But even outside of that, I once saw a talk by David Gator where he talked about Dorian was a very personal experience for him to write as a gay man, and really exploring through his quest the idea of gay conversion therapy and denying who a person fundamentally is, and how destructive that can be and how traumatic it can be with family and friends. Even beyond that, though, he is so charming, he is so likable. He's definitely one of the standouts, if not the standout of the whole cast in Inquisition. While I'm here, though, I won't be ranking Varric again, since we already talked about him in Dragon Age 2. But jumping back to Dorian, definitely my favourite of the cast. Upper end of B, or probably into A. Yeah, honestly, A tier. Dorian is really, really good. There is some limited utility, since I primarily play mage characters in Dragon Age. There was a bit of overlap there, but the writing and depth to his character is great. Solus, my dear old Eggman. More so than really any other character, either you love Solus or you hate him. For a long time, I really liked his character, due in no small part to the fact he's voiced by Gareth David Lloyd, and like I mentioned with Eve Miles and Meryl, Gareth David Lloyd voiced Yanto in the glory days of Torchwood way back when. So I think I vibed with him just because of that. But what is a bit of a snake in the grass who just kind of sits there secretively the whole game, and then turns a pretty mediocre main quest on its head, and makes Trespasser into the real meat of the whole Inquisition experience. That is no mean feat. Unfortunately, as his character has become, as the years have passed, and his character has become intertwined with the slow, agonizing death of BioWare, which has just been painful to watch. Even just considering his character in Inquisition 2 to begin with, he's kind of a dick. I know it's a bit of a meme in the community to punch him, which I think I've done a couple of times in the many playthroughs I did back in the day. Overall, I like Solus as a character. he's definitely compelling, and he set up the stakes beautifully for a game I wish we did get in as a sequel to Inquisition. But considering things are left open, and I really have absolutely no faith left in BioWare, and I wish someone would just put them out of their misery. The fact his story is left unresolved is a bit of a downer for his character. So I'd put him in mid-C. Probably mid-range C. Next up we have Vivian. Vivian, you could argue, is kind of retreading the Ice Queen mage element that Morrigan was in Origins, and I know a lot of people don't like her, whether it's because it's the charm of her voice actress, Indira Varma, I believe she's called. I've always really liked Vivian. She does take a bit of effort to get to know at first, but I think she's a very accurate depiction of a circle mage, someone who's very cunning, obviously very talented as well, and I think I even did a playthrough where she ends up divine. So yeah, overall, I like her character. She's not amazing, but there's no particular drawbacks to her either. So again, probably mid-range C. Next up, we have Cole. Similar to Fenris, although not kind of outwardly edgy. I don't really vibe with this kind of character. The sad boy, the puppy, the I can fix him kind of thing. It's not a slight against the writing. He's just not really my kind of character. So yeah, mid D. Iron Bull, once again voiced by Freddie Prinze Jr., who was James in Mass Effect 3, is fine. Again, he kind of plays a bit of a lad. It's not really much of a departure in terms of character or voice acting from James. He does get interesting with how things go down in in Trespasser, depending on your choices. But as a character, he's kind of average. And again, two-handers aren't that great. Still in Inquisition. Mid to low C. Blackwall, another character kind of like Cole, who I didn't really vibe with at all. I think his backstory is interesting, but as a character, he's not particularly compelling to interact with. So yeah, never really got into him. Mid to low D again. Yeah. Alrighty, so next up we have The Witcher. Originally it just was going to be The Witcher 3, but as we've kind of talked about already, I was going to group games by year, so this kind of ended up being more of the characters as a whole, since a lot of the characters, all the characters on this list are what I've already called narrative companions, significant kind of friend or allies who play a large part in the story. It is worth noting that although I did start with Wild Hunt, I have played the trilogy multiple times. The Witcher 1 certainly has not aged gracefully, and 2 is a bit confused about what it wants to be. But yeah, overall, still a very strong cast of characters, so let's jump into it. So Keira Metz is kind of what I was expecting her to be. It's worth noting that my experience of the Witcher universe has only come from the games. I haven't seen the show, I haven't read the books or any other kind of adaptation. It's just going off CD Projekt's vision. But she's very much the fish out of water, well-to-do mage type who misses her creature comforts, especially by the time of Wild Hunt. But she's certainly not stupid. She's got that level of cunning and magical prowess, which still makes her a very interesting character. Of course, her involvement with the Tower of Mice early on in Wild Hunt is very interesting. Beyond that, though, she doesn't really have much importance in the overall story, so it's difficult to rank her among the same level of people who have really strong character arcs. So, yeah, overall she's fine. I'd give her mid-range C. Next up, we have Roach and Vess. So this is building off their pretty major roles in The Witcher 2. I like Roach, and Vess is still kind of a background character, which is a shame. I felt the rape element in The Witcher 2 was kind of unnecessary and over the top. But considering the characters in their own right, they're fine. Roach gets involved with the whole kingdom plotline towards the end of Wild Hunt, which is interesting enough. Again, though, I just don't think they have substantial enough character arcs to really justify being higher than a C. Now we get to the great waifu showdown, where the sparks really start flying. So I'll kind of do the two of these in one go, since they're very much kind of interlinked. I prefer Yennefer. This is coming from someone who's only played in the games. I have no outside experience beyond that. But to me, the dynamic between Yennefer and Geralt in The Witcher 3 is really, really well handled, and it only feels natural that they end up together. Triss, I still think is a really interesting character, but given it really throws her actions in the previous two games in a different light, that sure, she's cunning, she's a witch, she's doing the same kind of thing that Yennefer and the other members of the Lodge of Sorceresses would do in her place. It's kind of predatory what she did to Geralt, and I feel she's a bit bland even beyond that. So ultimately, yeah, I prefer Yennefer over Triss. I think it's only natural that Yen and Geralt end up together. I think their dynamic is really well handled. They actually seem like a couple, and with all the highs and lows, the bickering, that kind of thing, and that they've ended up the best parental figures for Ciri. Meanwhile, Triss is kind of an awkward lost love to come between them. So yeah, Yen probably into A tier. I would put mid A tier. I still like Triss. I'm not trying to make it out that I hate her or anything. And obviously she plays an important role in number 2. But yeah, ultimately I just prefer Yen over her. Of course, the argument between Yennefer and Triss doesn't really matter in the end, because we all know who the real waifu of the Witcher games is. Bart. My man Bart. That's it. You can finally put the pitchforks down. We've decided who the best waifu is once and for all. Next up, we have Zoltan Chive, or or however you pronounce it. Blame it on my accent. He's also a recurring character all the way back to the first game, but unlike a character who's more charismatic and significant in terms of the overall plot, like Varric Tethras, unfortunately, Zoltan ultimately just feels like he's kind of there. Especially by the third game, it's trying to say like, oh, we're old friends, I'm here for you, Geralt, all the way. He hasn't had much screen time in the trilogy, so ultimately it didn't really do enough to endear me to him. He's fine, and he does play a role in the events of Wild Hunt in particular, but overall, yeah, just not really much I can say about him. Next up, we have Dandelion. Dandelion is another character you'll either love or hate. Funnily enough, though, I kind of sit somewhere in between. He's endearing enough. He's he's very much the classic bard archetype. The lover boy, lovers in every town, bit of a charlatan, but never connected with him strongly. So ultimately he sits around the same level as Sultan. So here comes what is probably going to be my most controversial take of this video. But let's be real, Ciri isn't much of a character, is she? She's a plot device. As much as I want to say she was the driving force of the narrative, which Wild Hunt clearly wants her to be, so much of the game is spent going off course, much like Fallout 4, and trying to find your kid, and instead doing entirely separate tasks than actually finding her. A character we've never really met before in the series, and the game's suddenly trying to do its best in that dream sequence in the prologue to act like we should care about her. And the fact she's voiced by Joe Wyatt, who I'll always associate with female Hawk, means she's definitely not a poorly made character. The writing is there, the voice acting is there, but ultimately she doesn't really do much or go through much. As I said, she's basically a plot device there to drive the whole story and stakes of Wild Hunt forward. And while we're at it, I know this is a bit of a tangent. One of the things something that really bothers me about Wild Hunt is how the game tries really hard to pivot towards the end of the game. The relationship you build with Ciri and helping her essentially actualize as a person is basically the big moral choice that determines the ending, which I never really understood at all, because it essentially amounts to a handful of random arbitrary choices, which you could say, oh, but it allows her to grow confidence in herself or whatever, but none of it ever really felt relevant to me. Ciri ultimately as a character is fine, but as a companion, as someone to develop a genuine relationship with, whatever relationship that is, she ultimately is too little too late. So, at risk of being crucified, she is high-end D tier. On a more positive note though, it's a testament to how good the writing is in Blood and Wine, that expansion really being a highlight of The Witcher 3 as a whole. A character, I know even though he's referenced in the books, Regis has the staying power and sheer likability as much as he does. To be honest, it would be a crime to put him in anything less than S tier. Regis is such a great character, and despite being on screen way less than some of the other characters on this list, he is super endearing, very likable, and of course plays a huge role in the resolution of Blood and Wine. So yeah, definitely S tier for me. Lastly, we have Shani. As I said before, I have played the whole trilogy. She did play a role in The Witcher 1, of course voiced by a different actress, at least from what I can remember. I haven't played The Witcher 3 in quite a while. I think it's been 4 or 5 years since I last played it. But yeah, I like Shani in Hearts of Stone. I think she's a bit underdeveloped in the original, but that's really a problem I have with all characters in the game. But by the time you beat up with her and go through the whole wedding sequence from memory, that's a lot of fun. And the romance option with her is still a bit of fan service, like it's basically just titillation, but there's enough substance to her character there, rekindling an old flame, and the fact she's been developed to some degree in the first game, that I like her as a character, and overall find her endearing. Mid-range C, probably the strongest of the ones outside the central cast. Let's put it, it's mid-C roughly. Yep. Next up is Shadowrun Hong Kong, a game I absolutely love and is probably the most underrated game I've ever played. Like, no one talks about this, and it's absolutely criminal. This is due in no small part to its cast of characters. First up, we have Isabel. So she's our dedicated hacker. Unfortunately, in terms of utility, my standard build for all the Shadowrun games and across pretty much all playthroughs has been a hybrid of a hacking and assault rifle specialized class. So very few occasions would call for two support classes in any game really, but particularly in Shadowrun when it comes to deckers going together. She is interesting enough, although a little cold, a little distant, but probably the weakest of the main cast, which isn't really a slight against her. It's easily the strongest in the Shadowrun Trilogy, and a standout towards more modern RPGs. Next up, we have Duncan. So among the many things this game does really well, Hong Kong executes the familial bond thing that BioWare tried with Bethany and Carver in Dragon Age 2 much better with Duncan. If you haven't played Hong Kong, which is very likely, unfortunately, seriously go play it. It's a great game, oozing with atmosphere and charm. Duncan is your foster brother, and one of the two, as you two are brought to Hong Kong in search for answers, and the plot kind of kicks off from there. And that backstory, that personal history of not just him, but you as a character as well, is actively built into the story. It gets referenced, and it actually matters in a way that I haven't seen any other game execute remotely as well. Duncan himself, though, is a good character. He's a bit of a hothead. He's by the book. I think he's a former cop from memory, but still faithful to you regardless of what past you choose to define for yourself, and really looking for a way to get out of the shit show that you find yourself during the events of Shadowrun Hong Kong. Pretty solid character, but not anything particularly special. I'd probably put him towards the lower end of B. Gobet's an easy one. She is the standout of the cast, and my favourite of the characters in Hong Kong as a whole, even with the extended edition. Pick that up, by the way. It builds on your choices in the main game. Gobet really nails that big sister archetype. The whole running joke around her eating suspiciously cooked food. All of this really makes her endearing, not to mention she's really useful in combat. She is spec'd into SMGs from what I can remember, which can be a bit of a pain in terms of accuracy, but Gobet is still really useful with her summoning abilities, and I find her really likable in the way she was written. Amazing what you can do with a good portrait and a character model on screen. Gobet's awesome, definitely into A tier. Next up we have Rakta, and kind of by extension from that, his drone called Koshai or Koshai, something like that. Rakta is very interesting. What seems like a bloodthirsty maniac at first actually becomes a lot deeper than that, as you can explore with him various themes around transhumanism and really what he's all about. His conversations are a bit of a goldmine just on its own, but in combat as well, he's also really useful, and the drone plays no small part in that. So yeah, really solid character, one of the standouts overall in an already strong cast, so upper B I'd reckon. Finally we have Gaichu, or Gaishu, sorry if I've butchered that pronunciation. Again, blame the accent, I am but a lowly Australian. Gaichu's really interesting. His reveal, which I won't spoil, is a neat little twist, and how you go about recruiting him. He also has some great dialogue, depending on the runs you take him to, as people react to seeing this guy walking around. Not to mention, he is an absolute beast in combat. He is purely melee focused from what I remember, but if you can build him properly, he is a goldmine. And overall, a very interesting character to talk to. Another really strong character, so just before Gobet, I reckon. Next up, we have Fallout 4, a game I've long held is the worst game I've ever played. That being said, it was Bethesda's first real foray into developing full companion characters, So let's see how we go. First up, we've got Kate, who at first seems like a stereotypical drunk Irish person, which she kind of is, with the added element of being a self-destructive drug addict. To the writer's credit, though, they do lean into this a bit more, and she starts to open up and really start to grow as a character, which is endearing. So that puts her up into probably high C tier, I reckon. Utility is kind of hard to convey in when it comes to Bethesda companions, since they all kind of play the same, depending on what equipment you give them, and there's no distinct character build. Overall, I like Kate. She's not amazing, but she's certainly not bad either. Next up, we have Kiri. Kiri is fine. Her whole thing is the French accent, and ultimately you get to find a body for her, which I know some people really enjoy doing. But to me, she's pretty run-of-the-mill. What you see is what you kind of get with her character, and there's not much else I can say beyond that. Low to mid C, I reckon. Next up, we have Dance, or Paladin Dance, Dance, whatever, who is your kind of face of the Brotherhood side. He's okay. His personal quest seems a bit contrived, as if he exists in the game to fill a kind of revelation point that happens later on in the quest line. But as a whole, he's a decent character. He's a nice enough guy. Once again, C tier. Next up, we have Codsworth. If you like playing with Codsworth, that's awesome. But to me, even more so than Curie, what you see is what you get. He is basically a one-dimensional character that will rabbit off the same handful of phrases, which, hey, maybe you want that. Maybe you like the whole shtick of a robot companion, but to me, there's nothing much there. So, lower end of D, but he's, decent enough, I suppose. Deacon is okay as well. Again, this is a running theme with the characters. I feel people gave Bethesda a bit too much credit just because they weren't as bad as expected doesn't mean they're anywhere near as good as some of the other characters on this list. But Deacon is another character who what you see is what you get. And I don't know, that whole shtick he has going wore a bit thin after a while, so high D, lower end of C, I reckon. Next up, we have Nick Valentine. Nick is a step up compared to some of the others. I feel his character design alone buys him a lot of good faith from players, that people want to travel around with a synth, as well as someone cosplaying as a detective. But again, what you see is what you kind of get, and as I'm sure people have joked about before, playing with Bellathor is a bit of a surreal experience. So once again, mid-range C. It's disappointing to have gone from Forks, who was a genuinely well thought out and intelligent character, to a joke character who, even more so than the others, is very much what you see is what you get. There is nothing too strong. I think I played with him very briefly, but yeah, look, not particularly great, so lower end of D. Dogmeat, of course I have to put him higher up in the list, although I probably have to bump him down a bit. My dog, funny story actually, my dog actually gets upset when hearing Dogmeat's various reactions, noises, etc. in combat, that kind of thing. Because the recording of the dog was apparently so realistic, my dog will react to it as well. He's a best boy, not quite on the level of 3 and the original, but as we all know, I'm a sucker for a dog companion, so definitely high up there. Next up we have Hancock. Hancock is another character. I know this is getting kind of tired, but is fine. Like, again, what you see is what you get. He's a drug-dealing self-styled lord, I suppose, of good neighbor. And yeah, that's it. That's all he's got going for his character. A running theme for pretty much all Bethesda's characters. There is no hidden depth. That's really all there is to him. Upper end of D. Next up, we have McCready. So I cannot, for the life of me, understand who thought taking the worst character from Fallout 3, an obnoxious child brat who was standoffish to the Lone Wanderer, and then aging him a bit and then making him a companion was a good idea. Like, add on to this, he is voiced by Matt Mercer, which, as I mentioned in the Baldur's Gate 3 critique, I just cannot vibe with at all. And given this character's role in Fallout 3 and how bland and uninteresting he is as a whole, definitely lower end of D. Next up, we have what is probably the most popular and fan favorite of the companions in Fallout 4, Piper. Piper is a bit preachy. She's fine enough as a character. I just don't think, again, there's much substance to her beyond what you see is what you get. I don't give a shit at all about her little sister. Her whole thing about freedom of the press makes no sense given this is a post-apocalypse and most people don't give a flying fuck about the news in the Wasteland. So it just feels a bit, I don't know, incongruous with the rest of the Wasteland. Overall, she's not offensive by any means. I just don't think she's particularly interesting. And her whole blue thing, blue this, blue that, she's trying to be like a buddy or a sidekick. It just didn't connect with me at all. Again, mid to lower end C. She's fine if that's your thing. Lastly, we get to the walking meme himself, Preston Garvey. As a character, he does have a bit of depth. You can tell they tried to make a traumatized soldier, but really beyond the another settlement needs your help thing, there's really no reason to keep him around, and how he appoints you as a general then actively undermines your seniority over him to give you orders is ultimately just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. F tier by easily. Next up we have Dragon Quest XI. So full disclaimer, this is another JRPG that I jumped into in the wake of my Persona gateway drug. I actually never finished this. I think I got halfway through the game, but I did get a good feel for all the characters, and much like I was just talking about with the characters in Fallout 4, what you see is very much what you get. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. Obviously this is meant to kind of appeal to a more whimsical, younger audience, I suppose. But yeah, there's not much to these characters beyond what you see. So first of all, let's just get both of them out in one go. Veronica and Serena, the two sisters, they're fine. They're good as early game companions. The mage archetype and healing is very useful. But yeah, beyond that, they're not particularly useful, and their characters, like pretty much everyone I'm going to talk about, don't have much going on. Sylvando, kind of like Kanji, feels a bit offensive as an overtly feminine gay trope. Maybe other people who are big fans of this game will disagree big time, but I don't know, I just didn't really click with his character. He just had what felt like one kind of idea or joke that he just repeated over and over again. So mid-range D, I reckon. Next up we have Eric, who's kind of meant to be like your best friend or buddy throughout the game. He's good. He's what you'd expect from this kind of character in this kind of game. So really not much to say beyond that. Mid-range C. Next up we have Henrik or Heinrich, whatever you call him. I think I recruited him a while before I eventually quit the playthrough, so maybe I didn't see him as much as some of the other characters. It's been, I think, 2 years since I played it. Or, yeah, year or two maybe, something like that. And he was fine from what I can remember. The fact I don't remember any particular attributes about him, though, I think kind of speaks volumes. Upper D. Next, we've got basically another pairing, which is Rab or Rab and the monk Jade. Now, this is more to do with her character design and, I suppose, build, if you want to call it that. I am a sucker for good monk characters in RPGs. As I mentioned earlier, I love later editions of tabletop rules like D&D and what they've done to improve monks as a whole. So yeah, I vibed with Jade, and Rab is another character that, again, you see is what you get. So yeah, as a whole, they're fine. Upper C, much like the rest of the cast. Alright, next up we have Larian's big breakout moment, which was Original Sin 2. So first up we've got Thane. Thane is a really interesting character. By default he's a bit of a spellcaster, mage, that kind of thing. He is obnoxious to the point it gets quite grating, even when you try and get to know him. But as a whole, I still think he's a pretty solid character, so upper C. Next up, we have Sabine, who is voiced by Alex Wilton Reagan, who most people would know as the voice of the female Inquisitor from Inquisition. She also voiced the two characters who I can't remember, the twin sisters in the first Original Sin. The original Sin, I suppose you could say. And Sabine as a character is interesting. I think she leans a bit too heavily into the edgy side. The whole elf cannibalism thing. I don't know, it feels a bit much in contrast to the overall whimsical tone of the Divinity series. But yeah, I still think she's a solid character. And it's no slight against her voice acting. I think the writing could have been a bit more, in depth. So yeah, mid-range C. Next up we have the Red Prince. So similar to Thane, he is very obnoxious, very arrogant, very entitled, self-absorbed, whatever adjective you want to use. But he does start to soften up a bit. And ultimately, I do find him a bit more interesting than Thane overall, even though Thane has wider lore ramifications and, I suppose, involvement with the overall story. He is not perfect by any means. Larian was starting to push their characters a bit more to be more well-defined, in-depth personalities. They weren't quite there yet, but this cast was a good step in the right direction. And yeah, overall, the Red Prince is pretty solid, so upper C. Next we have Ifan. So funny story about Ifan. I actually chose him as my player character for my first ever playthrough of Original Sin. So I guess all subsequent interactions with him as a party member in other playthroughs has kind of been coloured by the way I played him in my first ever run. I do really like the fact that, without spoiling anything, he does push back against one of the potential ending options, and that could end in ways that you might not be expecting. And overall, he feels like a well-defined character with actual motivations. So yeah, I'd say he's probably the standout of the cast, upper end of C, around there. Next up, we have Beast. Beast is a bit bland, to be honest. He gets involved with the Dwarven plot, and things kind of spiral out from there. But rogues even though this game doesn't really have traditional classes and you can really make anything OP, rogues just aren't very interesting to play. So I never really ran with Beast beyond one playthrough, I think. And that was mainly to see his quest content, so upper end of D. Finally, we have Lohse. Lohse is very interesting. I'd say she is one of the stronger members of the cast up there with Ifan, particularly with her situation and what ends up happening with the Doctor. And I've never played with her to get this result, but her prospect of becoming the new Divine is very interesting from a role-playing point of view. So yeah, definitely a pretty strong character. The voice acting was also really well done, whoever voiced her. I'm not sure, I don't have the name in front of me. So yeah, definitely upper end of C. I liked her character overall. Alright, next up, another CRPG, we have Pathfinder Kingmaker. So I like Kingmaker. It is outshined pretty much every way by Wrath of the Righteous, a game I think is fantastic. One I put over 600 hours into, and the only true spiritual successor to the all-time greats like Baldur's Gate 2. Alcat, starting out, already had a pretty good cast going on. Similar to Larian though, they just weren't quite there yet in terms of deep characters and meaningful stories to really dive into from there. They have personalities, they have traits, it's just once you kind of get through the set content, they just kind of stop talking. There isn't much to them beyond that. But to start with, we have Jaethal. Jaethal is an undead elf in service of, what's her name? Urgathoa. So one of the deities associated with the dead. She is cold and ruthless in a similar vein to Miranda Lawson or Morrigan, I suppose, in Dragon Age. And yeah, I like her character. She's pretty strong if you know how to build into scythes correctly, which are very good. I would put her in upper end of B tier, or C tier, sorry. Next up is Lindsay. Once again, this is a character that you're either going to love her or hate her. Personally, I find her a bit more on the annoying side. She's like a puppy, like constantly. Overall, as a character, she's fine. There's just not much nuance to her beyond what you see. So yeah, not amazing, but not bad either. Lower end of C. Next up, we have Kaliki or KotOR, which unfortunately is through DLC, which I feel is pretty scummy, but Alcat were under Deep Silver at the time. And this character does appear in the prologue regardless of whether you have the DLC installed at the time, which again, kind of disappointing. But she's probably the standout of the whole cast. I love me a good Tiefling character, and her romance is very interesting as well. Not to spoil anything, but the two characters go through a really interesting arc. So yeah, I'd put her up in low end B tier. Next up we have Amiri. So Amiri, I've never played the tabletop itself. My experience only comes from the games. But apparently Amiri is a canon character to the Pathfinder universe. Whether or not that's specific to the Kingmaker adventure path, I'm not sure. As a character though, I like her. She's a barbarian berserker kind of deal, which again, very much a character where what you see is what you get. She's brutish, aggressive, thrives in battle, that kind of thing. But yeah, overall I like her character, and her mild significance to the plot from what I can remember is solid enough. So yeah, upper end of C. Next up we have Jubilost. He's very much the snobby, self-absorbed intellectual type. He does ease up a bit over the course of the game, And in a similar way to the Red Prince, you grow to like him a bit more. But again, I can see this character being a bit grating for many people. So mid to high end C. If you've played Kingmaker, you'll know some companions had more effort put into developing them and really fleshing out their character more than others. And unfortunately, Valerie is the latter. She is a former follower of Shaylin, one of the deities associated with beauty, and she's a bit of a hard ass, bit of trying to buck the trend and get away from the virtues that people associate with her beauty, which her companion story kind of builds out from there. As a character though, Tower Shield Fighter isn't really that great in combat, and I find her personality as a whole a bit bland, so yeah, lower end of C. Next up, we get 2 for 1 again. There's Octavia and Ragongar, or Ragongar, something like that. Can't remember his exact name, but something like that. Whose entire personalities are that they're escaped slaves, and they talk about how much they want to bang each other, or how much they have banged each other, or how much they've been banging other people to each other. They're okay, I guess. But yeah, I didn't find their companion quest compelling, and I don't really vibe with them as characters, so mid to lower end D. Next up we have Ikundayo, or Ikundayo. Sorry, again, butchered that pronunciation. I like him. He's a bit cliched with a tragic backstory about his family, but Rangers do have strong utility if you know how to build into them correctly, and overall he's a decent character. Again, like I talked about before, Kingmaker wasn't quite at the stage where where Owlcat had hit fully realized characters, but this is one of them that's a decent step in the right direction. One of my favourites of the cast, mainly because he's a little chaotic demon, is Knock Knock. Coming with dual wield Kukris, which are crazy strong if you're familiar with Pathfinder and 3.5 rules. Knock Knock as a whole is really fun to be around. He's an interesting break from what is otherwise a pretty serious party, and while I usually don't vibe with comic relief characters or like one-note personalities, what Knock Knock is, he does it well. So yeah, upper end of C. Next up we have Harem, who is a pessimistic cleric, and that's really all there is to say about him. I find him incredibly boring. Over the multiple playthroughs I did of Kingmaker, I basically never used him, or I told him to bugger off after a while, essentially. So lower end of D tier. Finally, we have Tristan. In the interest of not spoiling anything, I won't go into it much further, but I don't like Tristan. I find him very annoying. He starts out as the soft kind of lover boy type, and you could argue it's compelling writing, but where they go with his character just makes me sour on him as a whole. So again, lower end of D tier. Whoop. There we go. Alright, now we're getting into more recent games. And to kick things off, with only one companion character, we have my man, Kim Kitsuragi from Disco Elysium. Kim is easily near the top of the list. While a great deal of the game is experienced by the player character on his own terms, Kim is basically there as a foil, as a sidekick or a buddy, to make that all the more meaningful. Even just his little comments, the little reactions to what you do, it makes the experience all the more meaningful. and doing something as simple as making him smile feels so good. It is a testament to how good the writing in Disco Elysium is, a game which, for the record, I think is better than Planescape Torment in every way. That a character that starts off as cold and distant as Kim, clearly disinterested and doesn't want to be involved with what a train wreck the player character is, ultimately ends up being best buddies. He is a wonderful character and definitely deserves to be at the very top. It's a shame then that We Go to the game somehow was given the Best RPG of the Year at the Game Awards, The Outer Worlds, a game which is very much mediocrity personified. To start things off, we have Vicar Max. I didn't care about his story at all. I didn't care about their religion. I didn't care about his religion or his spiritual awakening or anything like that. Very boring character, and I didn't really vibe with his companion quest at all. Lower end of D. Sam is not a character at all, like the other robot characters we've talked about. He basically just walks around spewing the same kind of lines, so yeah. Also lower end of D. Next we have Felix. Felix is a hothead. He's kind of similar to McCready, so I guess you know where this is going. There's really not much more to him than what you see is what you get. In the one shining standout of the Outer Worlds, it's painfully bland world building, its uninteresting quests, its illusions of choice, a world that feels like you're walking around on a film step. We have Parvati. Parvati is the heart and soul of the Outer Worlds and basically carries this game on her own right. It would be criminal to put her anywhere else than S tier. A great character, due in no small part to the writing behind her, as well as Ashley Birch's voice acting. Unfortunately, it's not all as sunshine and roses. We have Nayorka, who's basically a drunk hunter, a black woman with pink hair. I don't want to get into anything controversial like that, but to me she feels like a stereotype, and she was designed like a stereotype, so there's really not much there to say beyond that. Lower end of D. Ellie is slightly more interesting. Unfortunately, her personality doesn't really go anywhere. She's still the same dry, sarcastic character when you first meet her and at the very end of the game. Really another great example of how mediocre the Outer Worlds is, and how much this game traded on goodwill built up from New Vegas. Completely undeserved all the praise around this. Lower end of C. Things pick up a bit as we're now into Persona 5 Royal, and my gateway drug into JRPGs, and legitimately one of the best games I've ever played. If you've never played Persona 5, please don't look up anything about it. Go into it blind like I did, and I can assure you it's pretty much going to be the best 100 hours you'll ever have in gaming. It really is something special, and I wish I could experience it for the first time like that again. That is due in no small part to the characters though, which the whole Persona confidence system is really built upon. So to kick things off, we've got Ryuji. Ryuji, again, similar to Yusuke, is the bro character, or the old reliable to fall back on, I suppose. Unlike Yusuke though, I feel like he's a lot more interesting and well developed, so mid to high B tier. His whole shtick around Kamoshida and how he grows as a person further and further into the game is really rewarding to go through. So yeah, definitely one of the highlights in an already strong cast. And Takamaki is such an important character in Persona 5 Royal, about women, particularly young women, given the revolting plotline around Kamoshida, reclaiming their own sexuality and empowering themselves to be whoever they want, and not under the thumb of even not just male figures, but people who would use them to their own ends. And as a character, I really like. She's a bit soft in combat, which is why I don't typically use her as much, but still as a character, she's great, and yeah, really solid overall. So another B tier character. Next up we have Morgana, or Mona, depending on which name you want to use. Of all the navigators I played in the SMT series, which isn't much. It's just been Persona 4, 5, and Soul Hackers 2, which I really didn't get into. Morgana is really solid. While I think what happens later in the game, if you played it, you know what I'm talking about, is a bit contrived and just there to build up drama for the sake of it. I still really like Morgana, and I feel like the dynamic between him and Joker is adds a lot of heart to the events of the game. So yeah, once again, B tier. There's no easy way to say this, but Yusuke is a very boring character who I've never connected with at all. Like I said in the Baldur's Gate 3 critique, I don't have anything against him as a person. I just don't like how he voices a lot of characters. And similar to what we've talked about with Laura Bailey and Sam Riegel back in Persona 4, to me, I'm not listening to a character. All I can hear is Matt Mercer talking. So yeah, definitely the worst character out of the main cast. Bottom of D. Yeah. Next up, we have Makoto, who's voiced by the wonderful Shirami Lee, or Chirami Lee. Sorry if I've butchered that. She was ultimately my romance choice on the first ever playthrough I did, and it kind of feels fitting, as Joker and Queen of the Mum are the parents of the Phantom Thieves. While it does take a while till you pick her up in the game, Makoto as a character is really, really solid. Same with her older sister, Sai, who starts out as an antagonist and then really fall in with the thieves. I don't want to get into these characters too much because I don't want to spoil the experience, but I really like Makoto, so A. Next up, we have Futaba, voiced by Erica Lindbeck, who you might know as Shion, who we're going to get to later, or Misty from Cyberpunk 2077. Futaba does suffer a little bit because she comes later on in the game, but overall I really like her character. She's kind of like a little sister to Joker and obviously Sojiro, and a recurring figure there at LeBlanc Cafe. And I think her character arc is really, really strong, something that will resonate with most people who have gone through not necessarily the exact same thing, but that kind of self-doubt that eats away at you. Overall, I really like her character, and she's crazy useful from a utility point of view. So, high end of B. Unfortunately, because she comes so late into the game, Haru kind of gets the short end of the stick, and she doesn't get anywhere near much time to breathe or really grow as the rest of the cast do. That being said, I still like her as a character. Unfortunately, I just can't rate her higher because she doesn't get as much time to shine, which is a real shame. Next, we get into Akechi. So Akechi, I think, is the dramatic foil to Joker, an amazing rivalry that I really can't think that anything else comes close to. Akechi is an amazing character, and it is a testament to the voice actor's performance, who again, unfortunately I can't remember the name of. He absolutely kills it. For this character, no more than anyone else, I don't want to say anything more than that. I think the rivalry status that is built up between them is nothing short of legendary and does so much to carry the later parts of this game. Akechi is a wonderful character backed by some fantastic writing and equally fantastic voice acting. Definitely S tier. Yeah, S tier for sure. Excellent character that really brings the game into a league of its own. Do yourself a favor and make sure you unlock the Royal content as well. Speaking of Royal, we have a new member that was added in the edition. I didn't actually play the original version, I only played Royal, and that's Yoshizawa. Not to sound like a broken record, but again, I love Yoshizawa's character. She is so endearing, such a nice character, and I feel like her and Joker bounce off each other so well. And her character arc, much like Akechi, I don't want to spoil anything, is so impactful, and along with another character that's introduced in Royal, really hits hard. This is why I strongly, strongly recommend that you don't read up anything on Royal if you haven't already played it. Go into it blind, and I guarantee you're going to have a fantastic time. Persona 5 Royal is fantastic and genuinely one of the best games I've ever played. S tier. One of the JRPGs I had to dig into in the wake of my Persona 5 Royal obsession is Tales of Arise. I got this on Steam sale, I think, a couple of months after I finished it. So to start with, we have Lore. Lore is okay. I feel, even for someone like me who doesn't watch anime, I'm not particularly versed in the Japanese entertainment industry, or really much manga outside of Berserk and more popular things like that. Lore ultimately comes across as a bit of a cliche. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot else to them. They do dial up the drama to soap opera levels early on in the game. Also, while I'm at it, it's worth noting I didn't finish this, mainly because this very much fell into the trap of grindy as hell that I dislike about JRPGs. Overall, he's a fine character. I just don't think he's particularly great. Mid-range C. Next we have Dohalim, or Dohalim. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But yeah, he's okay. Much like Lore, he's a bit of a cliche. He's like a prince that ends up roughing it a bit with the party. And look, as I said, I don't think I finished Tales of Arise from what I could remember. I haven't played anything else in the Tales series. And ultimately he failed a bit. Stock standard. Not necessarily bad, there just wasn't much substance to him. So yeah, mid-range C. Probably put him about there. Next of all, we have Rinwell and her little owl buddy, who I can't remember the name of. Rinwell's okay. Casters can be pretty useful in Arise from what I remember. But again, she's a character that what you see is what you get. She very much wears her heart on her sleeve, which I'm sure many people will find endearing. She just didn't really do much to rise above what her archetype basically is. Mid-range C again. As I mentioned before, this is Shion, voiced by Erika Lindbeck, who is the cold kind of Ice Queen dynamic. Unfortunately, in a game that already was boasting kind of mediocre characters, Shion doesn't really do much to change that. She's okay. Mid-range C once again. Finally, we have Kasara. Kasara is a good character. She also pretty strong in combat, which gives her great utility as a blade at your side. So overall, I'd probably rate her the strongest of a cast that's pretty mediocre overall. She's got a decent personality. She kind of reminded me of Sai Nijima, actually, but maybe that's just the post-Persona hype just wearing off. Upper end of C. Pretty good overall, not amazing though. Next up we have Wasteland 3. First up we've got Fish Lips. Just look at this picture, I'm sure you can sum up what his character is. He's okay, a bit of a bloodthirsty maniac from what I remember. But yeah, not much to say beyond that, so mid-range C. Next up we have Persepi. Persepi, from what I remember, was erratic, that kind of quirky character. She was okay. Again, nothing much to differentiate her from her archetype, so yeah, mid-range C again. Next up we have Cordite. From memory, Cordite didn't last long in my playthrough. I won't spoil it if I am remembering it correctly, but he is exactly what he looks like from this portrait. So yeah, whatever. Lower end C. Next up we have Quan, who's one of the rookie marshals in the area. so a bit of a lore-bringer archetype. He's good. Quan is a good character. From what I remember of Wasteland 3, there wasn't much to him beyond that, and he felt a bit one-note at times, but overall he's solid with enough personality to him, so mid-range C. Probably put him around there. Lucia Wesson has a larger role to play in Wasteland 3, which makes her a more intriguing character overall. I remember her being pretty lethal with her Magnum revolver or whatever it was. So yeah, definitely a solid character in terms of both narrative weight and combat encounters to keep around. Even that character design reminds me of the girl from the True Grit remake the Coen brothers did a while back. So yeah, I feel like she plays pretty well to the setting that Wasteland 3 was going for. So upper end of C in this case. Finally, we have Scotchmo. So Scotchmo is a bit of a joke character. I think I played with him a bit on and off, but mainly kept him around the hub area. He's decent enough. If I remember correctly, he has like a dynamite spec or something like that. But yeah, not much to him beyond that. So mid to lower end C once again. Now on to Cyberpunk 2077. So you could argue that none of these are really companions. But again, like it was with The Witcher 3, I would define these characters as narrative companions, people who have a significant enough of a role in the story and side quests that they kind of fall into the traditional RPG understanding of a companion. So to kick things off, of course we have Johnny Silverhand, the rocker boy inside your head. And I gotta say, I didn't understand the hype around Keanu Reeves at all when it was revealed that he was playing basically the central character, even more of a protagonist than you in 2077. I think he's an okay actor, even though he's done pretty much the same role through his whole career. But it's a testament to how good the writing is in a game that I otherwise really grew to dislike over time, that a character I didn't really vibe with early on in the game, which was obviously intentional, really started to grow on me towards the end, and his personal quests just before the ending were invaluable in fleshing his character out and actually making him more than an angry jerk that he had been to most people over the course of the game. Overall, a pretty solid character, but how much you vibe with him is, I suppose, how much you're willing to put into the game. Lower end of B in this case. Judy is easily the best character in Cyberpunk 2077. She was ultimately the romance option I chose for my Canon V playthrough. Hacking-focused V, who ultimately took the Nomad ending and left Night City with her. From what I remember, this was all the way back at launch in December 2020. I styled my V off Lisbeth Salander from the Millennium Trilogy books by Steve Larsen. Excellent series, by the way. Noomi Rapace absolutely kills it as Lisbeth in the film adaptations. But I digress. Back to Judy. Judy is the heart and soul, someone who is desperate to escape, but at the same time not broken down and resigned to her life in Night City. Despite going through severe trauma, losing people close to her, she still comes out undefeated and, assuming you choose this route, of course, seeks a better life with V ultimately, which I think was a beautiful way to end the game. No, I haven't played Phantom Liberty. I haven't played Cyberpunk 2077 at all since January 2021. My disgust at how CD Projekt Red handled the situation, and really the game as a whole, has put me off that whole series for life. But it's a testament to the writing and performances by these central characters. They, much like Bloodlines, carried an otherwise irredeemable and broken game as a result. She is easily S tier. Put her up around, mid-range S tier. Sorry fellas, have to move you down a bit. Next up we have Jackie. I would feel a lot better about Jackie had he not for some reason been spoiled to die in that cinematic trailer long before the game was even released. I cannot understand why someone at CD Projekt, or CD Projekt, however you pronounce it, thought that was a good idea to spoil in marketing. I remember thinking, maybe this is one of the possible routes. And even in my first playthrough, I went out of my way to stealth through the tower during the heist at the end of Act 1. And it didn't change anything. Of course, the game is big on railroading. That all came to light much later on. But I don't know. I like Jackie, but his death didn't really mean anything to me. We all saw it coming before the game was even released. Overall, he's fine. They could have done something in future DLC, but apparently they weren't interested in doing that. So mid to lower C. Next up, we have Panam. Similar to Judy, Panam does so much, carry an otherwise messy and sometimes incoherent story, and really give it the heart and soul that it desperately needed to succeed. Whether or not 27 succeeded for you overall will come down to you personally. I don't think it did. I think it was a train wreck where my opinion soured the more I thought about it. But regardless of the game as a whole, it still has really strong characters, much like Wild Hunt did before it. Panam is not quite S tier. I'm sure that's going to put some people off in the much like it did with Yennefer and Triss debate. But she's definitely up there. I'd put her in high A. Finally, we have Takamura. Takamura was an interesting perspective for the game. Funnily enough, that canon playthrough I was talking about before, I completely forgot that I had helped him survive. So after the whole blow up Arasaka, or whatever it was called, in the Nomad route at the end of the game, I was thinking, finally, we're going to make a clean break for it. Everything's ended as well as it could. A V gets however much time left to live out their life on their own terms. And then during the credits, you get Takamura saying that he's basically going to commit seppuku and he fucking hates V, and that, that we should burn in hell. So that put a bit of a downer on it. Overall, I think he's an interesting character. His discussions with V towards the latter part of the main quest do a lot to flesh out his character. He is a bit of a cliche, I suppose, falling into samurai tropes, that kind of thing, the honorable warrior, something we've seen in media many, many times before. That being said, I still think the writing was pretty solid overall, and his voice actor did a good job, so B tier. Alright, we're getting towards the end of the list now, and thank God, because my voice is absolutely shredded for talking for the last 6 hours or whatever it's been. This has been one continuous take, which won't come across as well in editing, but man, nearly done. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have gone to this extent, but oh well, we made it this far. So to kick things off with Wrath of the Righteous, we have Greybor, a character I don't like at all. Every time you see him, he's basically fails in every assassination, and yet he pretends that he's a professional, that he's super edgy and cool, but he's ultimately a bit of a fumbling clown. Hire him during the first part of Act 2 or whatever it is, and then unequip all his stuff, and when a certain confrontation may or may not happen later on, he's going to be left high and dry, so to speak. A very boring character who talks up a lot more than he's worth, so yeah, easy F tier. Thankfully, it gets a lot better with Best Girl Arushale. I'll freely admit, totally simping for her, but Arushale is honestly one of the best romances I've seen in any RPG, period. I understand that she's a character from the adventure path, I believe similar to Amiri was in Kingmaker, but it's a testament to Alcat's writing team as well as the voice actress. I'm not sure who voiced her, apologies, that she is so endearing, such a lovely character to be around, even if she can be a bit sickly sweet for people who don't really vibe with that kind of thing. I absolutely did. And I think it was very brave and interesting of Alcat to take a character who is literally defined by their sexual nature and subvert that and make it into something so wholesome and endearing for a character to be around. It's honestly one of the most rewarding character arcs I've been through in any of the games we've talked about today. And yeah, suffice to say, I love her a lot. So higher end of S tier. Next up, we have my man Regil. In much the same way I love Rex, Regil is uncompromising, and although he can seem a bit standoffish, a bit by the book, which I'm sure doesn't vibe with all players, he's a very interesting character to contrast to the rest of the party, and to take a tough-as-nails gnome, of all thing, and make that into a compelling character is no easy feat. So yeah, easy upper A tier. Unfortunately, there's not much to say about Trevor. This is a bit of a spoiler if you haven't played the game, but oh well. Trevor is ultimately revealed as Social's brother, who he searches for a lot of the game. Because it comes kind of late in the runtime, he doesn't get basically any development. He's kind of there to bounce off Social. Overall, he's fine, and if you're missing that kind of barbarian strength-focused character, he could be really useful. But yeah, fortunately not much to say about him. So mid to lower C tier. Ivu, who is literally a talking dragon specific to the Azata mythic path. You will either love or hate. Probably love, because you're doing Azata in the first place. Didn't vibe with me at first, but over time I did grow to really like Ivu. And the whole cookies thing, much like Sten, will be really endearing. As for utility, give him a chance to grow, and Ivu towards the end of the game is a powerhouse and really useful, much like all animal companions in the game. Overall, pretty solid. Not as good as full party members, like humanoid party members, but still really good, so mid-range C. Next up we have Seela. Seela's a bit bland, and I don't really care about her questline at all. Still, she's pretty solid overall, even if she doesn't really go beyond her cliched first appearance. I always spec her into a Demon Slayer Ranger. I find it's a lot more useful from pretty weak Paladin class overall. Of course, you can build characters however you want, but yeah, overall she's a fine character. Mid-range C once again. Next we have Camellia, who, while I don't want to spoil her whole questline, is ultimately revealed to be a bit of a lunatic. It's the simplest way to put it. I don't really get her character at all. Like, I've been through her whole questline. I haven't done a romance with her because she doesn't appeal to me as a character or any kind of romantic figure. But if that's your thing, if you like totally crazy, borderline, well, that's a spoiler, but yeah, Camellia exists. That's all I'm gonna say. And unfortunately, finesse weapons aren't that great, especially early on, so probably a bit lower in terms of C. Dyron is a massive prick, and through no fault of the voice actor, he actually did a really good job of conveying that. He can wear a bit thin. He doesn't really change ultimately by the end of the game. but I know some players will vibe with this character more than others. Overall, he ended up being a mainstay in the party simply because he's such a good healer, and he has a huge boost to charisma and persuasion. How you gel with his personality is going to be up to you and the character you roleplay as, but overall he's decent. Not amazing, but certainly not bad, and his quest was fine overall. Mid-range C once again. Next up we have Walgif. I don't like Walgif. I tried through the first initial playthroughs, but the fact he remains pretty much completely dishonest the whole way through, and his questline isn't that interesting to begin with. There's really not much to him beyond that. He's also super weak as an Eldritch Scoundrel, which is kind of a rogue, a mage multiclass, and he even runs off for a bit during the game, so there's not much redeeming him. I know some players will vibe with his scoundrel bad boy kind of attitude, but I'm not one of them, so upper D tier. Next up we have Lan. Lan's a bit of a complicated one. As a character, I think he's fine. I actually kind of like him. In terms of utility though, ignoring the whole respec option, build optimization, that kind of thing, he is basically useless. I think the only time I've used him was in my first ever playthrough, where I kept him as an archer and he barely ever hit anything. His questline is similar to Wenderwag, who I think is just objectively better overall and is a much more interesting character, voiced by Amelia Tyler, who voiced Melody in Original Sin 2, and more recently the narrator in Baldur's Gate 3. Lan is fine. Some people will connect with him more than others, but I wasn't really one of them, so lower end of C. And while we're here, we'll pretty much rate Wenderwag straight off. I really like Wenderwag. She's ruthless, and that's made pretty clear from the moment you meet her. Amelia Tyler does a really excellent job bringing her character to life. I'll always hear her as Melody in Original Sin 2, but if you can build her correctly, she's crazy powerful. I often use dual-wield throwing axes for her, since she's already spec'd into ranged options. Solid character overall. Next up we have Ember. Ember is another character I know a lot of people really like, but again, I just can't get into at all. She's that very friendly, naive, wispy, kind of drifting through life character. I didn't explain that very well, but it's been 6 hours now of recording. Overall, she's pretty weak in combat. She's OP if you know how to build a support class properly, but her character and personality outside of that is just kind of one note. Once again, take a drink, what you see is what you get. So yeah, I can't say there's much beyond that. Upper D. Next we have Social. Social is fine. I think he's a bit boring. He does undergo a bit of growth over the course of his questline, like I mentioned earlier, to find his brother. But he's a bit bland in comparison to some of the other characters. Still, he's pretty solid, if a bit weak in combat, so mid C overall. Lastly, we have Nenio, who's actually a Kitsune. That's not a spoiler, it's revealed pretty much straight away from when you recruit her. She is so irritating. Once again, that manic pixie dream girl, the constant talking a million miles an hour. Pretty much every playthrough when she tries to join the party, I tell her to go away. Do yourself a favor and don't recruit her. Her questline is awful, involving puzzles and unlocking a secret I really had no interest in to begin with, so I never finished it. Terrible character, pretty weak in the early game, but she's a mage. If you spec her properly, she can be OP as a result, but yeah, not really worth the investment F tier. Once again, we're kind of bending the truth when it comes to companions, but I did pick out a couple from Elden Ring, which I feel like play a significant role. First of all, we've got our bro Iron Fist Alexander, who even helps you fight in the Radahn Festival. I really like Alexander. He's obviously made to be endearing in much the same way that Solaire and other characters have been. He's also quite useful and is always very friendly. So yeah, overall solid character, so B tier. Next we have Latenna. Latenna's questline is barely enough to be called a questline, but I really like her character and in multiple runs have always gone out of my way to summon her as a support character. I would like to see her story potentially expanded on in DLC, but we'll see what happens in the future. Again, pretty solid. Lastly, we've got the best and worst character in Elden Ring, of course, a Mimic tier, which if I was joking, I'd put at the bottom of F tier. But yeah, in all seriousness, Mimic tier just through utility alone is kind of broken. Everyone knows it's kind of broken. But yeah, this was a bit of a joke addition at last minute. So yeah, C tier. Last but not least, we come to Baldur's Gate 3, what is easily the most disappointing game I've ever played. I've already been into it at length. Go watch the half an hour plus critique thing I did about this game. But man, despite really strong characters, and don't get me wrong, I'm not going to trash my problems that mainly stem from its story and let that bleed over into how I rank these guys in particular. It has forever marred my experience of the game and really how I view Valerian's approach as a whole. On a better note though, let's actually get into ranking the characters. So to start with, there's Will. Will is a good character. Unfortunately, there's nothing much I can say beyond good. I found his personal questline intriguing at first, but ultimately kind of peters out and I don't really care about him or his father. He is, in terms of personality, pretty standard, like Mr. Nice Guy, kind of smooth talker, and ultimately there doesn't really feel like there's much to him beyond that. So I did play with him a fair bit in my one and only main playthrough, but yeah, I probably can't put him higher than mid-tier B. Astarion is a character that you'll love or hate. Even if I lived under a rock, I couldn't have missed the fact that he is very popular, particularly with female players, which is awesome. And I'm glad his actor, Neil Newbom, is it? Sorry if I've mispronounced that, has got a bit of a fan base around him now. Overall, I like Astarion. I think his biggest problem is once you kind of complete his character arc, as I talked about in the critique video thing, I chose to let him ascend and there was really no difference. After that point, he just kind of, there's nothing else to contribute. He just starts recycling lines and it feels a bit unfinished. Rogues are very useful though, which he comes as by default. So overall, solid character. I'd put him, I'd put him mid-B tier. Better than Will, but not amazing. Still a pretty good character though. Now, Gale, funny story. I've only encountered Gale on a second attempt at a playthrough, which I'll talk about with Minthara in a second, because I completely missed him the first playthrough. I never walked up that line of road, or if I did, I would have assumed it was just the same portal gate or portal stone, whatever it is, as I'd walked past already. So, testament to the RPG designed to allow players to miss content, which is really cool. From what I've played in a second playthrough, trying to do the Dark Urge and Minthara, he unfortunately falls into the very tired trope that while Alistair was interesting in 2009, I can't say the same for Gale in 2023. He is the quirky Mr. Nice Guy, kind of awkward. The same character I feel like I've seen 1,000 times, not just in games, but media as a whole. His utility is great. Obviously, he's a mage. I haven't experienced it because I abandoned this second attempt at a playthrough. But I know he gets caught up with Mistra, which feels a bit fanfiction-y, personally. But as a whole, he's fine. It's difficult to judge him based on an incomplete playthrough, so I'd put him around mid-C. Next up, we have Lae'zel. Lae'zel was a character I wasn't sure of what to make of at first. I think the writing team and her actress, Devora Wild, I think, did an excellent job of bringing to life and really conveying the Githyanki culture. It reminds me of Viconia back in Baldur's Gate 2, constantly saying Iblith, that kind of thing. As a character, she's really interesting, and much like many of the highlights I've talked about over the course of this long-ass video, she provides valuable insight into a culture that otherwise not super fleshed out in the game, which that alone gives her great value. As a fighter, though, maybe it's just me, but over the course of that big playthrough, she constantly missed. Like, she was purely spec'd into martial combat, and she was pretty ineffective in combat. This was on normal difficulty, and I'm no stranger to RPGs. Something about it felt a bit off. Maybe there were bugs when I was playing back at the release of 1.0. Still, regardless, she's a solid character. I'd put her up around A tier. Higher B. Higher B. Next up, we have Karlach, which, if you've watched the critique thing, I mentioned this already, but she is the standout of the whole cast and my favourite character in the whole game. It's a testament to her, how good the writing is and how much her actress went into the performance, that she comes across as so real and so endearing. Karlach is a great character. I will no doubt endure as one of the greats of role-playing games. There's not much else to say beyond that. I didn't actually romance her, but I kind of wish I did. I think it would have made the first playthrough a lot better. Next up, we have Shadowheart. Shadowheart, I wasn't too sure of what to make of at first. It felt like they were just retreading the same ground as Viconia, or the tired, kind of cold Ice Queen trope. But to their credit, once again, the writing team and Jennifer English, I believe her name is, really came through and sold the character and gave her a surprising amount of depth. As I spoke about in the video, one of my favourite moments in the game was confronting Shah in the Shadowfell and really just exploring that whole aspect in general. It really made me at the time want to play a cleric of Shah or alternatively Selene. She's a great character. She undergoes a really solid character arc, which has some pretty major choices in how you want to resolve it. In terms of utility in combat, it's a bit of a meme how much she misses Sacred Blast, or whatever it was called. Sorry, I'm tired. We're nearly the end of the video. But overall, yeah, I like Shadowheart. Not quite as good as Karlach, but still really solid. So I put her up around probably mid-A. So for Minthara, full disclaimer, I went out of my way when I heard her romance got fixed and people talking about the Dark Urge playthrough to try and start a second playthrough to see if there was some kind of major shift and whether or not I'd like the game more. I didn't make it to Act 3. I went through the whole evil path in Act 1 because I didn't care about the consequences, and beyond a sex scene, she didn't really change, and then to my bafflement, she basically just disappeared and said, come find me at the end of Act 2. Because rather than recruiting a character, you're now telling them, oh no, now you have to make it through like 60% of the game before you actually get to speak to her proper. So I definitely wasn't going to do that and basically abandoned the playthrough there. I've heard she is really good, but I can't judge her on that. And her design as a whole feels like it's trying to build off the Ice Queen kind of ruthless drow culture element that was already done so wonderfully, so brilliantly with Viconia Devere. I already spent an entire section of the video. They absolutely destroyed Viconia's character in particular in Baldur's Gate 3. But jumping back to Minthara, she is pretty disappointing, so upper end D. On a better note, we have returning characters, and while my cynicism towards bringing them back is a different story, that Larian wanted to justify this as a sequel and trying to shoehorn in the Bolspawn elements, overall I like Jaheira, and if we put aside how unnecessary it was to bring original characters back in the first place, she's pretty solid overall. I'd put her up around C tier. Definitely a downgrade compared to the original, but fine enough in her own right. It's unfortunate that because of the pissy level cap, she doesn't really get a chance to shine either. My dog's over this. He started to play with his toys. Last and absolutely least, we have this character pretending to be Minsk, a huge disservice by both Matt Mercer and Larian, and Jim Cummings' iconic role, easy F tier. While I certainly don't like this depiction of the character by any means, at least I don't want to actively strangle him like Anders. That's something, I suppose. I'll keep this short, but as you can see, we're finally done. A ranking of all 264 companions from all the RPGs I can recall playing, at the very least finishing, if not finishing, or at the very least getting a significant way through. This has been much, much bigger than I anticipated. It's been over 7 hours of one continuous take, but I don't know, guess someone finds it entertaining. Hope you enjoy it, because I certainly won't be doing something like this again. I have made this tier list public on Tiermaker. Just search up RPG Companions. I assume it will be usable by others. I don't know. Again, this is my first time doing this kind of thing. But yeah, hopefully it's been valuable to someone, I guess. It is worth noting that how characters between different games have been positioned relative to each other in each individual tier isn't necessarily representative of their quality. Like, it's difficult to gauge an isometric character compared to one with full cinematics and whatever. This is my rough layout of how these characters, how I consider these characters. And maybe you disagree, maybe you don't. Tell me what you think down in the comments. As always, I don't do this for money. I'm not here to drive metrics or engagement or whatever. But yeah, thanks for watching. I need to go have a glass of water and something to eat now. Cheers. Thanks.